Chapter 256. Yi Xing had already broken the record of the Starfall sect by passing the 3rd floor. No one knew if there was a 4th floor in the Starfall Hall. Now it seemed that there was. When he reached the 4th floor, the notification didn't sound. Instead, Yi Xing saw a tortoise. Yes, it was a tortoise. Yi Xing's eyes widened as he stared at the tortoise. It was a huge tortoise that was several meters long. The first 3 floors of the Starfall Hall were empty. Only when the notification said that the trial had begun would a trial target appear. However, there was actually a huge tortoise on the 4th floor. Yi Xing was surprised and shocked. What surprised Yi Xing even more was that the huge tortoise was alive. When it saw Yi Xing arrive on the 4th floor, it immediately lifted its head. When it lifted its head, it was 2 meters tall. It was even taller than Yi Xing. Then, the huge tortoise crawled towards Yi Xing. Yi Xing's expression froze, as if he was facing a great enemy. He scanned the tortoise with his super brain, but he couldn't tell what level it was. It was terrifying. When the tortoise was about 10 meters away from Yi Xing was even more shocked. The huge tortoise looked at him and spoke, "I've waited 700 years. Finally, a decent one has appeared." The huge tortoise spoke human language. How was this a demonic beast? It was a freaking monster. Yi Xing had never heard of a demonic beast that could speak on the Starfall continent. Therefore, when the huge tortoise spoke, it gave him a fright. Yi Xing's state of mind was extraordinary. He calmed down in the blink of an eye and asked the huge tortoise, "You? What kind of monster are you?" Although he felt a little guilty, Yi Xing didn't take half a step back. In his opinion, the huge tortoise's level couldn't be determined even with his super brain. He only knew that it was very powerful. If it really wanted to attack him, it would be useless no matter how far he retreated. The huge tortoise looked at Yi Xing indifferently. Then it stood up. The huge tortoise that was several meters long was as tall as an ordinary house when it stood up. "Oh!" Yi Xing opened his eyes wide and cried out in surprise. It was his first time seeing such a huge tortoise. It was also his first time seeing a talking tortoise. It was also his first time seeing a tortoise that stood up on 2 legs. This was a freaking ninja turtle. The huge tortoise that stood up gradually shrank to the size of a human, and its appearance also changed to that of a human. Yi Xing, who had the thought process of an earthling, almost fainted. It could speak and transform. This was truly a great monster, a tortoise spirit. The big tortoise turned into a small old man. 2 long red whiskers hung from the corners of his mouth. He had a small head and small eyes. He looked very wretched. "Ahem." The tortoise old man coughed and said, "You should be more used to this body." "But I haven't used it for more than 700 years. It feels a little strange." Although the tortoise old man's appearance was wretched and strange, Yi Xing felt much more relaxed looking at him than looking at the talking and standing tortoise. Yi Xing looked at the tortoise old man in surprise and said, "You've lived for more than 700 years? More than 700 years was not a short period of time. It had only been more than 700 years since the establishment of the Falling Star sect. The lifespan of a perfected person was only 200 years. 700 years was the total lifespan of several perfected persons. More than 700 years? Ah. The tortoise old man shook his head and said, "I haven't changed into a human for more than 700 years. I've already lived for 3,800 years." Yi Xing was stunned. 3,800 years. Seeing this, the tortoise old man chuckled and said, "Our tortoise race is blessed by the heavens and has a long lifespan. This is not something your human race can compare to. Even the king of the human race can only live for 1,000 years. An old tortoise that had lived for 3,800 years. Yi Xing was still shocked. If it was on Earth, what kind of concept was 3,800 years? It was simply returning to a primitive society. Yi Xing had too many questions about the Stellar Hall. Now it seemed that this old tortoise had lived for so long, so he must be very clear about the origin of the Stellar Hall. Senior Tortoise. Yi Xing wanted to ask the tortoise old man, but he didn't know how to address him, so he called him Senior Tortoise. The tortoise old man interrupted Yi Xing's words, "Just call me Master Tortoise." "Tortoise? Master?" Yi Xing's pupils dilated as he yelled out. The name Master Tortoise was really... Thinking that this world was completely different from Earth, there probably wasn't a professional name like Master Tortoise. Therefore, this should be a respectful name. Yi Xing felt relieved. Master Tortoise. Yi Xing asked the tortoise old man for guidance, but when he called out the two words Master Tortoise, he sweated in his heart. May I ask how the Stellar Hall came about? Why are there so many treasures in here? Why did this secret realm space come to the Star Continent? The tortoise old man shook his head and said, Your current mission is not to find the answers to these questions, but to complete the Stellar Hall trial. When you can complete the Stellar Hall trial, even the entire Stellar Hall will be yours. I will tell you everything, but you have to prove that you have the qualifications first. You are the only person who has reached the 4th floor of the Stellar Hall in more than 700 years. You have the chance to obtain the Stellar Hall. Yi Xing said in surprise, The Stellar Hall trial isn't over yet? Seeing the tortoise old man, Yi Xing thought that the trial was over. However, hearing the tortoise old man's words, it was obvious that it was not. The tortoise old man said, The goal of the 4th floor trial is a warrior who is 3 realms higher than you. The evaluation of the results is different from the first 3 floors. There are no 7 grades, only success or failure. If you succeed, you will receive the complete extreme grade spiritual martial inheritance, the Falling Star Incantation. Furthermore, you will also receive a rare elixir that can increase your cultivation as a reward. If you fail, you will receive nothing. Yi Xing frowned slightly. The warrior who was 3 realms higher than him was a 7-star martial saint. This was a royal noble. Yi Xing did not have the confidence to win. However, he was very confident that it would not be easy for a 7-star martial saint to defeat him. He could use the speed of the heavenly bat steps to engage in guerrilla warfare. After an hour, he would be able to succeed in the 3rd level trial and obtain the extreme grade spiritual martial inheritance, the first 3 realms of the Falling Star Incantation. However, the change in the evaluation of the trial results caused Yi Xing's wishful thinking to fail. On the 4th floor, there were only 2 results: success or failure. If he succeeded, he would receive an extremely generous reward. If he failed, he would receive nothing. This greatly increased the pressure on Yi Xing. Since he had come to the 4th floor, how could Yi Xing be willing to return empty-handed? Whether it was the extreme grade spiritual martial inheritance, the Falling Star Incantation, or the rare elixir that could increase his cultivation, Yi Xing wanted them all. No matter what, I have to pass the 4th floor. Yi Xing gritted his teeth and said to himself. Once he passed the 4th floor, Yi Xing's gains would allow him to stand at the front of all the warriors in the Qingyun area. After coming out of the Falling Star secret territory, he would definitely soar into the sky. The turtle old man said, You don't have to be discouraged. Although the difficulty of obtaining rewards in the 4th level of the trial has increased, there is no time limit. You can decide when to challenge the target for the trial. Moreover, as long as you persist for an hour in each trial, the target will automatically disperse. You have enough time to rest before you challenge the next time until you win the challenge. Of course, if you can't persist for an hour and lose to the target, it means that you have failed the trial. You will be transported out of the Starry Hall and will only have the opportunity to take the trial again the next time it opens. Yi Xing's expression lit up as he said, You're saying that I can cultivate now and start the trial when I'm ready? The tortoise old man nodded. That's right, but you have to remember that your trial target is 3 levels higher than you. If you break through to the 5th level of the Star Vortex realm, then your trial target will become an 8-star martial saint. Yi Xing said with joy, I understand, but I can convert my celestial essence without changing my cultivation. I can convert my pure Yuan celestial essence into the Falling Star Art celestial essence of the middle grade spiritual martial inheritance. Moreover, I can practice martial skills to improve my martial attainment and enhance my strength. The turtle old man said, As long as it's your own strength, you can improve it to whatever extent you want. However, although there is no time limit, I don't want to waste too much time. I will give you half a year. If you can't complete the 4th floor trial in half a year, then you can only be eliminated. Second update. begging for monthly votes. Chapter 257. Yi Xing's eyes flashed with excitement. Half a year? That's enough. Immediately, Yi Xing began to disperse his cultivation and recultivate. Although the pure yuan technique was the best among the low-grade spiritual martial inheritances, it was not as good as the mid-grade falling star incantation. As long as Yi Xing cultivated the falling star incantation to the 3rd level, the strength of his celestial essence would be comparable to the highest level of the pure yuan technique. If he cultivated to the 4th level and above, the strength of his celestial essence would be far superior. It would take some time and a quiet environment to disperse his cultivation and recultivate. Yi Xing had half a year to cultivate to the 4th level. He was not in a hurry and had enough time to disperse his cultivation and recultivate. Moreover, there was only an old tortoise here and it was very quiet. As for the fear of being disturbed by the old tortoise, Yi Xing was not worried at all. If the old tortoise really wanted to do something to him, Yi Xing would not make any difference whether he dispersed his cultivation or not. Apparently, the old tortoise was not interested in Yi Xing. He turned into his original form of a big tortoise and crawled away, motionless as if he had fallen asleep. Falling Star Sect, outside the Falling Star Valley. Many elders and deacons of the sect gathered here, led by Sect Master Lu Tianyuan. Today was the opening day of the Star Palace in the Falling Star Secret Territory. The opening of the Star Palace also meant the end of the trial in the Falling Star Secret Territory. The disciples would not stay in the Star Palace for long before they were sent out. As time passed, one by one, the core disciples appeared out of thin air and were sent out of the Star Palace. Some core disciples were defeated by martial saints of the same realm on the 1st level of the Star Palace. Some core disciples defeated martial saints of the same realm and entered the 2nd level of the Star Palace. Except for Yi Xing, no one passed the 2nd level. However, some people lasted for more than an hour on the 2nd level. After an hour, except for Yi Xing, all the core disciples came out. Only senior brother Yi has not come out yet. I wonder which level senior brother Yi will reach? Senior brother Ye's strength is very strong. Will he defeat a target 2 realms higher than him, pass the 3rd level and break the record of the founder? Breaking the ancestral master's record? That's impossible. Master Yi Xing has already defeated 2 opponents 2 levels higher than him. Perhaps he will be able to defeat a 6-star martial saint in the Starry Hall. I wonder if there is a 4th floor after passing through the 3rd floor. The opponents in the Starry Hall are all top-notch in the same realm. Although Master Yi Xing defeated senior brother Qi and senior brother Li, he may not be a match for eldest senior brother. I feel that it is not very likely that he will be able to pass the 3rd level. Being able to last for more than an hour in the 3rd level, reaching the result of the founder, is his limit. After the core disciples came out, they started discussing in low voices. The elders had also received some information about the situation in the secret realm from their disciples. Knowing that Yi Xing had the record of defeating opponents 2 levels higher than him, they were all looking forward to it. If Yi Xing passed the 3rd level, it would mean that Yi Xing would receive a more complete upper spiritual martial art inheritance, the Falling Star Formula. Among the elders, only the elder of the Weapon Pavilion, Hua Tianshu, was enraged after hearing the news about Yi Xing. Hua Tianshu clearly knew that Yi Xing was not dead, but He Hongjiao was missing in the Falling Star secret realm. There was only one possibility, and that was that she had died at the hands of Yi Xing. This shocked Hua Tianshu. She had given He Hongjiao the soul-severing shuttle, which was a forbidden weapon equivalent to a middle spiritual weapon. It was enough to kill a 7-star martial saint, but Yi Xing was only a 3-star martial saint when he entered the Falling Star secret realm. It was impossible that the soul-severing shuttle could not kill a 3-star martial saint. Unfortunately, the truth was that he had not been killed. Yi Xing had entered the Starry Hall alive, but He Hongjiao had disappeared in the Falling Star secret realm and never showed up again. More and more time passed, and Yi Xing didn't show himself. Gradually, all of the inner sect disciples, elders, and deacons began to frown. It was abnormal that he had not come out after such a long time. They could not help but think of a bad outcome. However, since the establishment of Fenno disciple had ever died in the Starry Hall. The disciples who had died in the Falling Star Secret Realm had all died in the 3 danger zones and did not rush to the outside of the Starry Hall. As long as they had entered the Starry Hall and failed the trial, they would be teleported out and would not lose their lives. If they had not come out, there was another possibility other than death, and that was that they had not failed the trial in the Starry Hall. This was also shocking. After such a long time, how could Yixing have not failed? If he had not failed, which floor had he reached? Could it be that he had passed the 3rd floor, broken the record of the founder, entered the 4th floor of the Starry Hall, and was delaying time there? If Yixing was not dead, then there was only one possibility. While everyone was worried, they could not help but feel excited. If Yixing had entered the 4th floor and was delaying time for a long time, what did that mean? According to the trend of the first 3 floors, if Yixing had persisted for more than half an hour in the 4th floor, would he not have obtained the first 3 levels of the supreme spiritual martial inheritance, the Falling Star Incantation? At the thought of this, whether it was the elders or the disciples, their hearts began to thump. Everyone knew what a supreme spiritual martial inheritance meant. It was a peerless treasure that could make the Falling Star sect as powerful as the 9 upper sects of the True Shen region. However, when another 2 hours had passed, the excitement in everyone's hearts had already cooled down. Even if Yixing had entered the 4th floor, it should not have taken so long. If there was a 4th floor, then his opponent would be a martial saint 3 levels higher. How could he continue to fight when facing a martial saint 3 levels higher? Although no disciple had ever died in the Starry Hall, everyone could not help but believe that Yixing had most likely died in the Starry Hall. Some of the elders lost their confidence and left with their own people. With someone taking the lead, people left one after another. However, there were still a small number of people who still had hope in Yixing and were still waiting. For example, the formation elder Lin Fenghua did not believe that Yixing had died in the Starry Hall. However, as the hours passed and the day turned into night, Yixing still had not come out. This made people give up. Especially when one day after another had passed and Yixing still had not come out from the Falling Star secret territory. Even if they did not believe it, they had to admit that Yixing had died. The news of Yixing defeating the 5-star martial saints Xue Ling and Wu Chungang when he was a 3-star martial saint and defeating the 6-star martial saints Qi Jingyang and Li Yuanqing when he was a 4-star martial saint spread rapidly throughout the Falling Star sect. Everyone in the Falling Star sect knew that Yixing was a martial arts genius with heaven-defying strength. At the same time, they also heard that this martial arts genius had died in the Falling Star secret territory and had not come out after entering the Starry Hall. Everyone in the Falling Star sect felt that it was a pity that the sect had lost a martial arts genius. Only Hua Tianshu was happy about this. She sneered in her heart, Good. I didn't expect this kid to die in the Starry Hall. Finally, I'm relieved. Hua Tianfeng, didn't you want to rely on your disciple to make a comeback? Now that this kid is dead, let's see what you can rely on. I'll pass the news of Yixing's death and his monstrous performance to you as soon as possible. I'll let you experience what it feels like to have your hopes dashed. Not long after, someone passed the news of Yixing to the Zishan County. When Zi Shanho heard the news of Yixing's death, a few strands of his hair turned white overnight. His entire person seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. Yixing's performance was beyond Zi Shanho's expectations. He had regarded Yixing as his hope, and Yixing did not disappoint him. His speed of growth was faster than Zi Shanho had expected. Only half a year had passed since Zi Shanho had accepted Yixing as his disciple. Yixing had broken through from a 7th-level martial artist all the way to a 4-star martial saint. His battle prowess had even reached the level of a 6-star martial saint. He had defeated the 2nd and 3rd core disciples consecutively, becoming the 2nd strongest amongst the core disciples. The more outstanding and monstrous Yixing's performance was, the more saddened Zishanho was by the news of Yixing's death. Since the news had reached the Zishan County, the Ye family of Tiansong City naturally received the news of Yixing's death. Yixing was a legend of the Ye family, a legend of the Ye family. Shocked by the news of Yi Xing's death, the Ye family was in mourning. A month later, Yi Xing's short life's legendary experience and monstrous life spread throughout the entire Luoxing country. Anyone who heard of Yi Xing's legendary experience could not help but sigh, dying young. Chapter 258. Fallen Star Secret Area. On the 4th floor of the Star Palace, Yi Xing stopped cultivating and stood up. 2 months had passed. In these 2 months, Yi Xing had spent all his time cultivating except for sleeping and eating. In 1 month, Yi Xing had cultivated the Falling Star incantation of the middle-grade spiritual martial arts inheritance to the 3rd level. His cultivation had also recovered to the original point before his cultivation dissipated. Then, another month had passed. Yi Xing had used up all his Saint Spirit pills. The Falling Star incantation had reached the 5th level, and his cultivation had consolidated to the late 4th level of the Star Vortex realm. Although he was also a 4-star martial saint, the strength of the 5th level of the middle-grade spiritual martial arts inheritance was much stronger than that of the pure Yuan technique. Yi Xing's basic strength had increased by a lot. It was not easy to cultivate the middle-grade Falling Star incantation to the 5th level. Martial saints of the Falling Star sect usually reached this step after becoming Marquis. Therefore, the strength of the star essence between Yi Xing and a 7-star martial saint did not depend on the level of the inheritance, but on the difference in cultivation. Yi Xing came in front of Mr. Tortoise and said, "Mr. Tortoise, I am ready to start the trial on the 4th floor." Yi Xing's Dark Spirit Spear Art and Heavenly Bat Steps had already reached the initial level. It was not easy to continue to improve. Instead of spending a lot of time cultivating, it was better to practice in battles. This way, his martial arts attainments would improve faster. The same principle applied to the cultivation of the 4 symbols arrow art. Yi Xing believed that with his current strength, even if he could not defeat a 7-star martial saint, he should be able to protect himself in front of one. He could use the trial to improve his martial arts attainments. Mr. Tortoise raised his head and opened his mouth to the side. "Go over there. The trial is about to start." Yi Xing walked in the direction Mr. Tortoise had pointed. In front of him, starlight gathered and condensed into a human figure. It was a 7-star martial saint. The saber in the 7-star martial saint's hand had a very strong aura. It was 1 level higher than Yi Xing's purple feather spear. It was obviously a middle-grade spiritual weapon. Black hole astrology. A 7-star martial sage was known as a noble and was extremely powerful. Yi Xing was 3 whole levels away from a 7-star martial sage. He did not dare to underestimate him and used the black hole astrology from the start. His surroundings instantly turned into a world of darkness. Yi Xing could sense everything in the darkness clearly, as if he was scanning with a super brain. However, the scanning range was wider than the superbrain's, and it could scan in all directions without any blind spots. With the dark feather spear in hand, Yi Xing assumed the stance of the Dark Spirit Spear art. His feet were also prepared to execute the Heavenly Bat Steps at any time, preparing to deal with the thunderous strike of a 7-star martial saint. Whoosh! As soon as the 7-star martial sage appeared, he launched a thunderous attack on Yi Xing. With a slash of his saber, the void instantly split into 2 halves. The saber light instantly arrived in front of Yi Xing. The other party's martial arts attainments were also at the small success realm, not much inferior to Yi Xing's Dark Spirit Spear art. Moreover, it contained a kind of momentum of heaven and earth. The difference in martial arts attainments was not big, but Yi Xing's cultivation was 3 levels away, and the strength of his celestial essence was far inferior. It could be imagined that the power of Yi Xing's Dark Spirit Spear art was not small compared to the other party's saber art. However, Yi Xing had the black hole astrology. He could see everything in the darkness and clearly knew the strength of the other party's moves, which could make up for the gap between them. Dark Spirit Spear. Yi Xing did not dodge the attack of the 7-star martial saint. Instead, he executed the ultimate move of the Dark Spirit Spear art, intending to test the power of the other party and see how powerful it was. Clang! The saber and spear collided, and sparks flew. Yi Xing suddenly felt the purple feather spear shake. His body seemed to be hit by several fierce horses, and he flew back in an instant. After flying back more than 10 meters, Yi Xing landed on the ground. Dong dong dong. Yi Xing took 3 steps back before he completely resolved this terrifying force and stabilized his body. Yi Xing finally had a deep understanding of how powerful the attack of a 7-star martial saint was. Fortunately, he had used the Dark Spirit Spear. This ultimate move was terrifying. It could kill gods and Buddhas. However, this time, it did not kill the target, nor did it cause any harm to the 7-star martial saint. In the end, it still made the 7-star martial saint take a step back. If the 7-star martial saint had not taken a step back, delaying Yi Xing and taking advantage of Yi Xing's retreat, Yi Xing would have been defeated. The 7-star martial saint, condensed by the power of the array, had no emotions. His only goal was to defeat Yi Xing. As soon as his body stabilized, he jumped up, held the saber with both hands, and slashed at Yi Xing. The move looked simple, but this saber was fast and ruthless. Yi Xing would definitely not be able to block it. Even a noble of the same realm would find it difficult to dodge the saber. Although Yi Xing was not a noble, his speed was faster than a noble. The lesser mastery of the heavenly bat footwork was imbued with the power of the wind. His speed was as fast as a phantom. Furthermore, Yi Xing was well aware of his opponent's attack trajectory. Naturally, he was able to dodge the attack at the critical moment. A flash of light. Yi Xing did not escape far. After dodging his opponent's move, he immediately launched a counterattack. If it were an ordinary 7-star martial saint, Yi Xing's attack would have come so suddenly. He would have been shocked and would have been caught off guard by Yi Xing's attack. However, the target of the trial was one of the strongest 7-star martial saints. Moreover, he was not a living body and had no fear in his heart. Yi Xing's counterattack did not affect him. Clang! The 7-star martial saint's saber was as fast as lightning and easily blocked Yi Xing's attack. Then he took advantage of the momentum and slashed down. Bright saber light poured down like a waterfall. This saber attack was fast and ingenious. Compared to Yi Xing's counterattack, it was even more difficult to guard against. If it were a martial saint whose strength was comparable to Yi Xing's, it was very likely that he would be killed by the target of the trial. However, Yi Xing was vigilant. When he stabbed out with his spear, he had already thought of an escape route and was prepared. Therefore, when the saber light appeared, Yi Xing used the heavenly bat steps and dodged to the side. Moreover, Yi Xing could sense everything in the darkness. No matter how fast the opponent's saber attack was, Yi Xing could sense it. The direction in which Yi Xing dodged happened to be the blind spot of the opponent's saber attack. Therefore, it was not difficult to avoid the opponent's attack. You come with a move, I will return with a move. When the opponent slashed with his saber, Yi Xing immediately retaliated with his spear. The battle between Yi Xing and the target of the trial was intense. They were locked in a fierce battle. Although Yi Xing's strength was not as good as the target of the trial, he could always predict the opponent's moves and mysteriously avoid the opponent's attacks. Moreover, when he attacked, it was always unexpected. It happened to be when the target of the trial was the most difficult to defend against and posed the greatest threat to the target of the trial. Therefore, Yi Xing did not look like he was going to lose. He was evenly matched with the target of the trial. If outsiders knew that Yi Xing was actually able to fight evenly with a 7-star martial saint, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. Although Yi Xing could not defeat the target of the trial, he was very happy. His attainments in the Dark Spirit Spear technique and the Heavenly Bat Steps had improved very quickly in this intense battle. He believed that he could completely rely on the battle with the target of the trial to cultivate the Dark Spirit Spear technique and the Heavenly Bat Steps to the greater mastery realm. On the side, Mr. Tortoise's eyes were wide open as he watched the battle between Yi Xing and the target of the trial. His eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. Yi Xing did not attack Mr. Tortoise. Mr. Tortoise was not affected by the black hole astrology. He only saw a dark star above Yi Xing. However, Mr. Tortoise's knowledge was not ordinary. Although he could not recognize the black hole astrology, he could feel that the black hole astrology was extraordinary. Yi Xing's dark spirit spear technique and heavenly bat steps were related to the dark attribute. Therefore, under the black hole astrology, Yi Xing's attainments in these two martial arts were increasing. Mr. Tortoise did not find this strange. However, what he found strange was that Yi Xing was able to predict the opponent's moves every time. Moreover, he was able to determine the weakness of the target of the trial. Every time he attacked, he was always able to achieve the greatest effect. Therefore, although Yi Xing's strength was clearly inferior to the target of the trial, he was still able to easily fight evenly with the target of the trial. Mr. Tortoise did not know that Yi Xing's black hole astrology gave him a radar-like perception. Therefore he was puzzled. Time passed minute by minute. The battle between Yi Xing and the target of the trial was in a stalemate. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. Yi Xing did not stop the trial. The battle was still intense. Chapter 259. Whoosh! Yi Xing stabbed out with his spear, and the resistance in front of him suddenly disappeared. The dark spear light pierced through the air for several dozen feet. After half an hour, the trial target automatically disappeared. This made Yi Xing feel a bit regretful. He hadn't fought to his heart's content yet. He had only consumed about half of the celestial essence in his body, and his energy had not yet reached the point of exhaustion. After half an hour of fighting, Yi Xing deeply realized that the better his condition was, the more his strength remained at its peak, and the slower his martial arts attainments would improve. On the contrary, if his celestial essence and energy were consumed more and more, his condition would get worse and worse, and the more dangerous the trial target's attacks would be, the more his martial arts potential would be stimulated, and the faster his martial arts attainments would improve. Right now, his martial arts attainments were improving at the fastest rate, yet the trial had stopped. Of course, Yi Xing felt that it was a pity. However, Yi Xing had a solution to this problem. He said to the tortoise, "Tortoise, I want to go through the trial again." The tortoise raised its head and looked at Yi Xing with its big eyes. "You can hold on for half an hour, which is a good start. But you've consumed too much energy. Why don't you restore your celestial essence and energy to its peak before starting the next trial? It would be much safer that way." Yi Xing shook his head. "I want to go through the trial now." The road of martial arts was never ordinary. It was not a safe journey, but a lot of risks. Now that there was an excellent opportunity to improve his martial arts attainments in front of him, Yi Xing naturally had to seize it. Moreover, he had a clear understanding of his condition. Although continuing the trial would be dangerous, the danger was still within a manageable range. His remaining celestial essence and energy were enough to last for half an hour. He could afford such a risk. If it was a sure-lose situation, Yi Xing naturally would not continue the trial immediately. He could not afford such a risk. The trial on the fourth floor was completely under the control of the trial taker. Since Yi Xing insisted, the tortoise naturally would not stop him. The next moment, the trial target condensed again, and the battle began again. Yi Xing's condition wasn't good. Under the attacks of the trial target, the pressure he had to endure was much heavier than in the first trial. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. This also caused Yi Xing's mental state to be incomparably focused. Whether it was the dark spirit spear art or the heavenly bat steps, they were all at their limits. His attainments were constantly increasing. As more and more time passed, Yi Xing's energy and celestial essence consumption increased. His strength gradually declined, and his reaction speed also gradually slowed down. Even though Yi Xing had radar-like senses under the black hole astrology, he was becoming more and more dangerous under the quick attacks of the trial targets. The target of the trial was formed from the power of the array formation. From beginning to end, it would never tire and would always maintain its peak condition. As Yi Xing's condition declined, he naturally fell into a disadvantage. However, the more Yi Xing fell into a disadvantage and the more dangerous the situation became, the more his combat potential was stimulated. Only when his life was in danger did his attainments in the dark spirit spear art and the heavenly bat steps improve faster and faster. Yi Xing's celestial essence consumption reached the point where he was on the verge of collapse. his physical strength was also reaching its limit. Just as he was about to collapse, the trial target in front of him suddenly disappeared. Half an hour later, the trial target automatically dissipated. Yi Xing was also on the verge of collapse. His calculations were very accurate. The tension in Yi Xing's heart finally relaxed. The breath that had been holding in his heart finally dissipated. He suddenly sat down weakly and panted heavily. Tired. Very tired. Yi Xing's whole body felt exhausted. His muscles were sore, and the celestial essence in his body had already started to circulate. His aura was also very weak. However, on Yi Xing's face, there was a satisfied smile. The effect of the second trial was more than 10 times greater than the first. In this trial, Yi Xing's dark spirit spear art and heavenly bat steps had made great progress. Yi Xing took out a low-rank star crystal and absorbed the star essence chi within it like a whale, quickly replenishing the celestial essence in his body that was on the verge of collapse. Yi Xing's consumption was too serious. It took a full 2 hours for Yi Xing to completely recover. After that, Yi Xing did not rush to the next trial. Instead, he sat down and meditated. His mind kept replaying the scenes of his battle with the trial target. He carefully comprehended every move that he had made when his life was in danger. When a person was in a dangerous situation, the ability to erupt was not the normal state. Yi Xing now wanted to carefully comprehend this ability and turn it into the normal state. Time flowed like water, slowly passing by. Yi Xing was on the 4th floor of the Star Palace. Sometimes he would train, sometimes he would comprehend. His attainments in the dark spirit spear art and heavenly bat steps increased by leaps and bounds. In just 10 days, Yi Xing's dark spirit spear art had made a qualitative breakthrough, reaching the large success realm. The dark spirit spear art had reached the large success realm, and its power had skyrocketed. It was on a completely different level compared to the small success realm. All of a sudden, Yi Xing completely reversed the disadvantage in strength between him and the trial target. Under the black hole astrological aspect, he had gained the upper hand in the battle with the trial target. With the power of the large success dark spirit spear art, Yi Xing could completely kill the trial target under the black hole astrological aspect. However, Yi Xing did not do so. He did not want to end the trials so quickly. This was because after the trial ended, he would not be able to find a better way to increase his martial arts attainments. After the trial ended, he would need several times, or even 10 times more time and energy to cultivate his martial arts. Yi Xing suppressed the power of the dark spirit spear art to the small success realm and continued to fight with the trial target. Even in a dangerous situation, he did not display the true power of the dark spirit spear art. Instead, he allowed himself to withstand the danger and stimulate the speed of the heavenly bat steps, increasing his attainments in the heavenly bat steps. Another 5 days passed. Yi Xing's heavenly bat steps also made a qualitative breakthrough, reaching the large success realm. The small success realm of the heavenly bat steps had been integrated into the wind, allowing his speed to exceed the trial target. Now that it had reached the large success realm, his speed was much faster than the trial target. Now, Yi Xing did not need to resist at all. Just by relying on the speed of the heavenly bat steps, he could easily dodge all of the trial target's attacks. His speed far exceeded the trial target's, and his strength was not inferior to the trial target's. At this moment, Yi Xing could easily defeat the trial target. However, Yi Xing still did not end the trial target. In the following trial, Yi Xing changed his fighting style. At the same time, he used the black hole astrological aspect and the Sagittarius constellation astrological aspect. He used the large success realm of the heavenly bat steps to increase the distance between himself and the trial target. Then he used the bow to attack and cultivate his archery attainments. This way, Yi Xing would not be threatened by the trial target. Therefore, the increase in his archery attainments was average. It was not as fast as the dark spirit spear art or the heavenly bat steps. Yi Xing's 4 symbols archery technique was only a little bit away from the small success realm. After a day, he broke through this step. The small success realm of the 4 symbols archery technique allowed him to shoot out the white tiger arrow style. Its lethality was astonishing. With the support of the Sagittarius constellation, the power of the archery was comparable to the large success realm of the Dark Spirit Spear art. If Yi Xing wanted to kill the trial target, it would not be difficult. However, Yi Xing still didn't manage to kill the target. Even though the improvement in his archery skills wasn't too bad, it was still much faster to practice archery in a battle than to practice alone. Therefore, Yi Xing only used his archery to resolve the trial target's attacks. He did not kill the target, and used this to hone his archery attainments. The large success realm of the four symbols archery technique was Yi Xing's goal. Once he achieved this goal, he would complete the trial and complete the trial. There was a very long distance between the small success realm and the large success realm. Even if Yi Xing's archery attainments were increasing rapidly every day, it would still require a lot of time. After a total of 28 days, Yi Xing's four symbols archery technique finally had a breakthrough and reached the large success realm. With the large success realm of the four symbols archery technique, Yi Xing could perform the Green Dragon archery technique. It was a powerful archery technique that could compete with an upper-tier spiritual martial artist. Yi Xing's goal was achieved. There was no point in keeping the trial target. After the breakthrough of the four symbols archery technique, he immediately shot out the Green Dragon arrow style. With an ear-piercing sound, the arrow shot out like a shooting star. In an instant, it turned into a giant green dragon roaring. In the void, there was a faint dragon roar. This green dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its scales were shining and it looked very clear. It was so lifelike that it almost emitted the aura of a dragon. It's Monday, please give me a free recommendation ticket. Chapter 260. The might of the Azure Dragon arrow style was heaven-shaking. The wind howled and a killing intent filled the air. Wherever the Azure Dragon arrow style passed, the air would be torn apart and a large hole would appear in the air. This arrow was a killing shot. Yi Xing no longer intentionally split the trial target's body. Instead, he aimed directly at the trial target's vital points. Boom! With a heaven-shaking explosion, the trial target's unparalleled saber light was instantly shattered by the Azure Dragon arrow style. The treasured saber also rebounded. The Azure Dragon pounced on the trial target and sent the trial target flying backwards. The true fatal point of the Azure Dragon arrow style was not the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon was only an illusion. The true fatal point was the arrow in the Azure Dragon illusion. As the trial target flew backwards, the arrow from the Azure Dragon Phantom pierced through its chest. With an explosive sound, the terrifying power of the arrow directly blew up the trial target, causing it to dissipate into a rain of light. The Sagittarius constellation and the Black Hole constellation returned to his forehead. The spirit mark bow in his hand returned to his storage ring. Yi Xing's shocking aura calmed down. With the breakthrough of the four symbols arrow style and the Azure Dragon arrow style, Yi Xing's heart stirred. On the path of archery, he felt a whole new world. He immediately sat down cross-legged and carefully comprehended. He wanted to turn this feeling into his own comprehension and completely control it. On the side, the pimp looked at Yi Xing and nodded his head in satisfaction. Back when Yi Xing had used the Sagittarius constellation, the pimp had already looked at Yi Xing in a new light. Even Zi Shanho knew about the Sagittarius constellation, so the pimp naturally knew even more. A martial artist who possessed such a supreme celestial form would have unimaginable achievements in the future. This was because even the master of the Stellar Hall only possessed an extreme celestial form. It was far inferior to the supreme celestial form. The pimp knew that Yi Xing had comprehended something, so he was not in a hurry to give Yi Xing the reward for completing the trial. Instead, he stared at Yi Xing with wide eyes and curiosity. After 3.5 months of observation, Mr. Pimp's attitude towards Yi Xing had changed from just looking at him casually to being very interested in him. He gave Yi Xing half a year's time to complete the trial of the 4th level, but Yi Xing only used 3.5 months to complete it. Moreover, the pimp was very clear that the reason Yi Xing took 3.5 months was because he was using the trial to practice martial arts. Otherwise, he would only need a little more than 2 months to finish the trial. This kind of result was far better than what the pimp had expected. That unknown dark astrology, the highest level of Sagittarius constellation astrology, extraordinary comprehension, judgment, reaction speed, learning speed, all of this was concentrated on a young man. What kind of genius was he? The pimp asked himself. He had lived for 3,800 years, and he had never met a genius more outstanding than Yi Xing, including the master of the stellar hall. Not long after, Yi Xing opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, an arrow appeared in his hand and shot out. The arrow pierced through the air. However, all of a sudden, the arrow turned in the air and changed its direction at an extremely strange angle. The angle was indeed strange. It was not an arc, but a hard right angle. It was as if there was suddenly something blocking the front, causing the arrow to have no choice but to change direction in an instant. It was completely different from Yi Xing's previous use of the spinning technique to change direction. One was an arc, using the spinning force to change direction, while the other was a hard right angle, directly changing direction. To be able to do this, one could only step into the second realm of archery, following one's heart. Following one's heart meant following one's heart's desires. The arrow that was shot out could change direction according to the archer's heart. The stronger the archer's heart, the faster the change in direction, and the more times it could change direction. In just the blink of an eye, the arrow that had already changed its direction actually made a sharp turn in the air and changed its direction for the second time at a rigid right angle. However, after the second change in direction, the arrow's power was greatly weakened and soon fell to the ground. Yi Xing let out a long sigh as a few beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His understanding of archery had broken through to the following one's heart realm and reached the following one's heart realm in one fell swoop. However, the second change was still too much pressure for him. The change in direction greatly weakened the attack power of the arrow, making it ineffective. Instead, it tired him out. The second realm of archery, following one's heart realm, changed the power of the arrow. It was not celestial essence or skill, but the heart, the power of the heart. This power was illusory and could only be obtained through the heart's comprehension. Yi Xing had just broken through the four symbols archery technique and comprehended this power. Under Yi Xing's enlightenment, he completely transformed it into his own power. Only then did he have some power of the heart, but compared to Zi Shanhou, he was still far behind. Zi Shanhou could achieve following one's heart 3 changes without changing his expression. Yi Xing could only achieve following one's heart if his expression did not change. The role of the heart was not only to change the direction of the arrow, but also to greatly increase the power of the arrow. It was closely related to one's attainments in archery. With every increase in level, there would be a qualitative breakthrough in power. Archers in this realm did not need a bow. The power contained in the arrow thrown by their hands was enough to kill people. In the past, Yi Xing had thought that Zi Shanhou could easily kill low-level martial saints with a wave of his hand, which was hard to understand. But now, he could do the same. Pimp looked at the arrow thrown by Yi Xing and was amazed in his heart. He is not only a martial arts genius, but also an archery genius. He has just broken through to the second level of archery and has just begun to touch the power of the heart, but he can already achieve following one's heart realm. Although the second change is still very difficult, it is still extremely heaven-defying. He is so young, I wonder what kind of achievements he will achieve in martial arts and archery in the future. With a thought, Yi Xing stretched out his hand. The arrow that had fallen in the distance moved slightly and immediately flew back into Yi Xing's hand. Yi Xing put away the arrow and smiled faintly. The power of one's will was really strange. Yi Xing. Pimp turned into his human form and walked over. In the past 3.5 months, he had occasionally talked with Yi Xing. He already knew Yi Xing's name. You have completed the trial of the 4th level of the Star Palace. You have received the complete supreme spiritual martial inheritance, the falling star incantation, and a rare elixir that can increase cultivation, the Jade Star Elixir. After saying this, Pimp raised his hand and a bottle of elixir appeared in his hand. He handed it to Yi Xing. At the same time, a white light descended from the sky and entered Yi Xing's mind. It was the complete supreme spiritual martial inheritance, the falling star incantation. The complete supreme spiritual martial inheritance, the falling star incantation, was enough for Yi Xing to cultivate to the 9 stars enlightened being or even the half-honored being realm. In the entire true Shen domain, only the 9 upper sects had this peerless secret manual. Yi Xing had a faint smile on his face. With the complete supreme spiritual martial inheritance, the falling star incantation, sooner or later, he would become the strongest person in the Qingyun area. He might even become the strongest person in the entire true Shen domain. Thank you, Pimp. Yi Xing took the bottle of elixir and said, "What kind of elixir is the Jade Star elixir? I have never heard of it." Pimp said, "It is a type of upper-grade elixir. Although it can increase cultivation, its main purpose is to strengthen the foundation, cleanse the impurities in the body. Therefore, although the Jade Star elixir is an upper-grade elixir, it can only increase your cultivation by 1 realm." Yi Xing's heart skipped a beat as he said happily, "Increase 1 realm, this is already a peerless elixir." The 5-leaf ice lotus that he had obtained could only increase his cultivation by 1 realm. However, this Jade Star elixir also had the same effect. Moreover, increasing cultivation was only the smallest effect of the Jade Star elixir. Didn't this mean that the value of the Jade Star elixir was much higher than the 5-leaf ice lotus? No wonder the Jade Star elixir was an upper-grade elixir. Yi Xing felt relieved. Pimp smiled but did not say anything. His knowledge was naturally not something that Yi Xing could compare with. Yi Xing put away the bottle of elixir and blinked his eyes. "Pimp, now that I have passed the trial, you should tell me everything about the Star Palace." "Ah." Pimp laughed as his small eyes trembled. He looked very wretched. "The trial is not over yet. You are in the enlightened being, honored being, and king realm. There are still trials. If you pass the trial in the king realm, the entire Star Palace will be yours. At that time, you will know everything." Yi Xing shrieked, "King realm? I am only a martial saint now. If I want to become a king realm, how long will I have to wait?" Pimp took out a token and handed it to Yi Xing. "This is the star token. In the future, when your cultivation reaches a certain level, you can enter the trial at any time." Looking for monthly votes. Chapter 261. Yi Xing took the star token and asked, "Then how do I get out?" The pimp pointed at the star token in Yi Xing's hand and said, "It's the same." Yi Xing said in surprise, "That means I can enter and exit the Star Hall at any time with the star token?" The pimp nodded and said, "But there's a distance limit. You can only teleport nearby. You can't go too far away." Yi Xing touched the star token and said happily, "This is a good thing. Since I can go out whenever I want, I won't go out for the time being. I'll raise my cultivation to the 5th level of the Star Vortex realm first." Yi Xing had been a 4-star martial saint for several months. Now, his cultivation had stabilized to the late 4th level. The Jade Star pill had the effect of raising the cultivation of a martial saint. He could use the Jade Star pill to immediately break through to the 5th level of the martial saint realm. He had been in the Fallen Star secret realm for 4.5 months. The other disciples had already gone out 3.5 months ago. He didn't know the situation of the Fallen Star sect now. "I haven't gone out for so long. They probably think I'm dead. How should I explain myself now that I'm out? If I don't die, Hua Tianshu will definitely know that I killed He Hongjiao. How should I deal with her revenge after I go out? I'd better break through to the 5th level of the martial saint realm first and increase my strength as much as possible. It's better to rely on myself than on the heavens and earth. The more outstanding I am, the more the sect will value me." Yi Xing thought a lot. Anyway, he hadn't gone out for so long. It didn't matter if he went out a few days later. Seeing that Yi Xing wasn't in a hurry to go out, the pimp turned into a big turtle and crawled away. His voice came from afar. "Take your time to cultivate. When you're done, go out. I'm going to rest. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important." The pimp was very fast and disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. Yi Xing sat down cross-legged, took out the Jade Star pill, and swallowed it. As soon as the Jade Star pill entered his stomach, It turned into a surging river of medicinal power, flowing into Yi Xing's meridians, limbs, bones, skin, flesh, internal organs, tendons, bones, and other parts of his body. Yi Xing felt all the flesh and blood in his body wriggling as if they were on fire. The celestial essence within Ning Cheng's body also started to boil instantly, rampaging about. Some of the blind spots that Ning Cheng could not reach with his celestial essence in the past, under the influence of the Jade Star Pill's medicinal efficacies, Ning Cheng's celestial essence was now violently bombarded by his celestial essence. Soon, Yi Xing felt a layer of mucous membrane appear on the surface of his body. The mucous membrane had a fishy smell. It was the impurities that had been discharged from his body. As time went on, more and more mucous membranes appeared on Yi Xing's body, while Yi Xing's body felt more and more comfortable. The circulation of celestial essence, the circulation of blood, the transmission of power, everything became smoother. Moreover, while Yi Xing's celestial essence continued to cleanse the dead areas of his body, it also continued to absorb the Jade Star Pill's medicinal efficacies, causing them to grow more and more vigorous. At the same time, the celestial vortex in Yi Xing's dantian also absorbed a large amount of Jade Star Pill's medicinal efficacies and continued to expand. Not long after, Yi Xing's cultivation made a qualitative breakthrough, stepping into the 5th layer of the celestial vortex realm. After breaking through to the 5th star Martial Saint realm, the Jade Star Pill's medicinal efficacies were still abundant, and the process of cleansing continued. Similarly, Yi Xing's celestial essence continued to strengthen, his celestial vortex continued to expand, and his cultivation continued to consolidate and improve. After 2 hours, Yi Xing completely absorbed the Jade Star Pill's rich medicinal efficacies, and the process of cleansing Yi Xing's body finally came to an end. The mucous membrane on the surface of Yi Xing's body had turned into a layer of black shell, and it was unknown how many impurities had been removed from his body. Yi Xing's body felt unprecedentedly comfortable, and his whole spirit was much more uplifted. The super brain scanned his body and found that whether it was his skin, flesh, internal organs, tendons, or bones, they were much stronger than before. There had been earth-shaking changes. Since becoming a martial saint, Yi Xing had not cultivated his physical body, and the pure strength of his physical body had not changed. Today, due to the cleansing effect of the Jade Star Pill, Yi Xing's physical body had been greatly strengthened, and his strength had increased by more than 10 times. Yi Xing did not doubt that his physical strength was enough to crush any beginner martial saint, and he could even compete with a 4-star martial saint. Just the strength of his physical body alone had reached such a level. This was simply unheard of and unbelievable. Especially Yi Xing's cultivation. After breaking through to the 5th layer of the celestial vortex realm, it had been consolidated to the late stage of the 5th layer, and he was not far from the peak of the 5th layer. Yi Xing's current destiny was a 9-star orange destiny, which was the destiny of a peak martial saint. There was no bottleneck in cultivating in the martial saint realm. Once his cultivation had consolidated to the peak of the 5th layer, he would be able to charge toward the 6th star martial saint, and it would not be long before he could do so. Yi Xing's inner strength vibrated, and the mucous membrane and black shell on the surface of his body were all shattered. Even his clothes were torn to shreds. Yi Xing's body was revealed. His skin seemed to be made of bronze, and it was slightly reflective. The contours of his muscles were as smooth as flowing water, and they were filled with power and explosive strength. Yi Xing waved his hand, and a new set of clothes appeared from the storage ring. In the blink of an eye, he was neatly dressed. I seem to have grown taller. Now I'm a little over 1.8 meters. Yi Xing immediately sensed the change in his height. Under the scan of the super brain, he was now 1.82 meters tall, and he was only 1.77 meters tall before. While the Jade Star Pill had cleansed his body and strengthened his body, it had also accelerated his growth, and he had grown 5 centimeters taller. With the cultivation of the 5th layer of the celestial vortex realm and a more perfect body, I might be able to cultivate the falling star incantation to a higher level, reaching the 6th or even the 7th layer. Yi Xing thought to himself. The falling star incantation that he was currently cultivating was a middle-grade spiritual martial inheritance. Although he had the upper and supreme spiritual martial inheritance of the falling star incantation in his mind, the falling star incantation was of the same origin. Yi Xing could cultivate it from the lowest level to the highest level, which would greatly increase the speed of cultivating the supreme spiritual martial inheritance of the falling star incantation. If Yi Xing cultivated the middle-grade falling star incantation to the highest level, the 7th layer, it would be equivalent to cultivating the upper-grade falling star incantation to the 3rd layer, and he would be able to convert it directly without having to disperse his cultivation and cultivate it again. If he cultivated the upper-grade falling star incantation to the 7th layer, it would be equivalent to cultivating the supreme spiritual martial inheritance of the falling star incantation to the 3rd layer, and he would be able to convert it directly. Without the trouble of dispersing his cultivation and cultivating it again, Yi Xing would naturally cultivate it from the lowest level to the highest level. Otherwise, if he cultivated the supreme spiritual martial inheritance of the falling star incantation directly, with Yi Xing's talent in martial arts and the help of the superbrain, he would be able to learn it. However, it would definitely take a long time. If it was fast, it would take 7 or 8 months, and if it was slow, it would take 1 or 2 years. During this time, Yi Xing's cultivation would not make any progress. Comparing the two, it was obviously more cost-effective to start cultivating the middle-grade falling star incantation. As for starting from the low-grade falling star incantation, it was completely unnecessary. Yi Xing cultivated the pure essence art, and the strength of his celestial essence was already above the low-grade falling star incantation. With the pure essence art as the foundation, he could directly cultivate the middle-grade falling star incantation. Yi Xing sat cross-legged and calmed his mind. In Yi Xing's mind, the superbrain simulated a human figure, which clearly showed the cultivation method of the middle-grade falling star incantation. Yi Xing was very clear about the circulation of his celestial essence in each meridian, stopping at each acupoint, and the changes. Yi Xing cultivated according to the model in his mind. It was as if he had the perfect teacher teaching him, and there was not the slightest mistake. Because of this, Yi Xing's attainment in the middle-grade falling star incantation improved so quickly. When he was a 4-star martial saint, he could reach the 5th level. Now, as a 5-star martial saint, he wanted to try to reach the 6th level. The 6th level of the middle-grade falling star incantation was a realm that many nobles could not reach. Moreover, the most surprising thing was that Yi Xing had a very strong premonition in his heart. Or rather, he judged that it would not be difficult for him to cultivate the middle-grade falling star incantation to the 6th level. In fact, it would not take him too long. It had been nearly 4 months since the core disciples came out of the falling star secret land. In the first 1 or 2 months, Yi Xing was still a hot topic in the falling star sect and even the entire falling star country. However, no matter how attractive the topic was, it could not withstand the passage of time. In the 2nd month, the topic about Yi Xing gradually began to decrease. In the 3rd month, there were very few people talking about Yi Xing. In the 4th month, no one cared about him. Yi Xing, the genius who died young in the hearts of the falling star incantation, had been sealed in the depths of their memory. As time passed, this memory became deeper and deeper. In the end, it was completely forgotten. Except for some people who were close to Yi Xing, the rest would not remember that there was a genius who died young in the falling star sect in the falling star country, Yi Xing. Chapter 262. On this day, the falling star sect was cleaned from top to bottom. The entire falling star sect looked brand new. There were twice as many people at the sentry posts as compared to usual. As for the inner sect square, it was even more extraordinary. Around the centermost ring, 3 tall pavilions were temporarily set up. On the pavilions near the falling star hall, many higher-ups of the falling star sect were gathered. Sect Master Lu Tianyuan was the leader, and beside him were perfected masters of the astral realm. Behind the perfected masters were the elders of the sect. They were either half-step perfected masters or marquis peak martial saints. On the left and right of the perfected masters stood some core disciples. More than half of the core disciples were here. Obviously, today was a special day. Out of the 3 pavilions, one was occupied by them and the other 2 were empty. No one knew who they were reserved for. If the sect master of the sum of the perfected masters and the elders of the sect were waiting for someone, then the person they were waiting for was definitely not an ordinary person. The sect master of the Spirit Moon sect, perfected master Xingyue, is here to visit the Falling Star sect. Lu Tianyuan and the rest did not wait for long before a huge bird flew over from the horizon. A loud voice came from afar. The voice traveled more than 10 miles, and the entire Falling Star sect could hear it. No wonder sect master Lu Tianyuan was waiting for them personally. It was the sect master of the Spirit Moon sect, Lung Xingyue, who was leading the team. Since the sect master was visiting, the Falling Star sect naturally had to be received by the sect master. As the bird came closer, the people of the Falling Star sect realized that it was a huge luan bird. When it spread its wings, it was more than 20 feet long. Its body was covered in shiny green fur. It was a level 3 demonic beast. A level 3 demonic beast was equivalent to a perfected master of the astral realm. There were more than 10 people standing on the back of the luan bird. The 3 people in front had deep auras. They were all perfected masters of the astral realm. The 10 people behind them did not look old. They were all in their early 20s. They should be the younger disciples of the Spirit Moon sect. Their cultivations were not low. Most of them were 5 or 6-star martial saints. However, 2 of them were much stronger than the rest. They were like cranes among chickens. 7-star vortex martial saints. A 7-star martial sage could be conferred the title of Marquis. For a disciple of the younger generation to reach such a cultivation realm, his talent was indeed outstanding. Among the disciples of there was only one who had reached the 7-star martial saint realm. That was the first disciple, Marin. However, Marin had only broken through to become a 7-star martial saint after coming out of the Falling Star secret land. Even with the spiritual pills provided by the sect to help him consolidate his cultivation, he was only at the middle stage of the 7th-star martial saint realm. Among the disciples of the Spirit Moon sect, there were 2 7-star martial saints. Among the disciples of there was 1 7-star martial saint. From this, it could be seen that the younger generation of the Falling Star sect was indeed inferior to the Spirit Moon sect. However, this generation of Spirit Moon sect disciples was the most ordinary generation in the last 100 years. Even so, the disciples of the Falling Star sect were still inferior to them. Some people said that the Falling Star sect had declined in recent years and had no successors. This was true. Lu Tianyuan stood up and went out to greet them. Everyone from the Falling Star sect also stood up. Elder Hua Tianshu of the Tool Pavilion and Elder Yu Pinghai of the Enforcement Hall followed behind Lu Tianyuan to greet the guests from the Spirit Moon sect. Friends from the Spirit Moon sect have come from afar. It must have been hard on you. Lu Tianyuan cupped his fists towards the Spirit Moon sect leader in the air. Then he pointed to a pavilion and said, "Friends from the Flying Cloud sect have not arrived yet. Sage Xingyu, please take our friends from the Spirit Moon sect to rest for a while." The level 3 demonic beast luan bird landed on the pavilion that Lu Tianyuan pointed at. Everyone jumped down from the bird's back. Look, that 7-star martial saint in white is Mo Shilan. Among the core disciples of the someone pointed at a female disciple in white from the Spirit Moon sect and shouted excitedly. Beside him, several core disciples looked excitedly towards the pavilion where the Spirit Moon sect was located. Their eyes immediately lit up. Eldest senior brother Marn also looked over with a serious expression. Mo Shilan, the eldest disciple of the Spirit Moon sect, was 23 years old and was already a peak 7-star martial saint. Marin was also 23 years old this year and was also a 7-star martial saint. However, he had just become a 7-star martial saint. Mo Shilan had become a 7-star martial saint at the age of 22 and had been conferred the title of Marquis by the Spirit Moon country. It had been more than a year since then. There was a big gap between the two of them. Even the second disciple of the Spirit Moon sect, Tsing Jingru, made Marin feel a lot of pressure. Tsing Jingru had also broken through to the 7-star martial saint this year. It was about the same time as Ma Ren. Her cultivation should also be at the middle stage of the rank 7 martial saint realm. This time, the Spirit Moon Sect leader had brought the core disciples to participate in the gathering of the Spirit Moon Sect and the Flying Cloud Sect. Every 5 years, the top 10 sects of the Green Cloud region would go to the depths of the Green Cloud mountain range and open up the Green Cloud ancient land once. They would allow their best disciples to enter the Green Cloud ancient land to gain experience and explore for treasures. In the Green Cloud ancient land, there were many dangers. The greatest danger came from the disciples of the other sections, especially the 4 sects in the north of the Green Cloud mountain range. They were strong and far stronger than the 6 sects in the south of the Green Cloud mountain range. Their disciples were also weaker. Therefore, the disciples of the 6 sects in the south had to unite and fight against their enemies. They had to fight against the disciples of the 4 sects in the Green Cloud ancient land. However, the 6 sects in the south were all located in the south of the Green Cloud mountain range. Usually, there were conflicts and disputes that were difficult to cut off. For example, the Falling Star sect and the Dongfu sect had great enmity and they always wanted each other to be destroyed. Therefore, it was impossible for the 6 sects in the south to unite. After many years of development, the 6 sects in the south had been divided into 2 camps. The Spirit Moon sect and the Flying Cloud sect had joined forces and belonged to one camp. The other 3 sects had joined forces and belonged to the other camp. In fact, there were also conflicts between the Spirit Moon sect and the Flying Cloud sect. However, because the conflicts between them were small and they had to fight against the other camp, they joined forces. This kind of alliance was not stable and there were also internal conflicts. For example, if the disciples of the 3 sects entered the Green Cloud ancient land, who should they listen to since they were in an alliance? In order to solve this problem, every month before the Green Cloud ancient land opened, the 3 sects would bring their most elite core disciples and hold a gathering. The purpose of the gathering was to select the person who could command all the disciples of the 3 sects in the Green Cloud ancient land. In the Star Land, the strong were respected and the strong naturally would not listen to the weak. Therefore, the selection process was simple. The strongest core disciple of the 3 sects would listen to his command in the Green Cloud ancient land. In each sect, the ranking of the disciples was based on their strength. The strongest disciple would be the eldest disciple. Therefore, as long as the eldest disciple of the 3 sects competed, they would be able to select the strongest one. However, the 3 great sects only gathered once every 5 years. If the 3 great sects only had a competition between the 3 great sects, it would be too monotonous and not satisfying enough. Therefore, after discussion, the 3 great sects decided to have a competition between the elite core disciples during the gathering to see which sect's disciple performed the best. Therefore, the competition for command in the Green Cloud ancient land evolved into a competition among the core disciples of the 3 sections. In other words, it was a competition for face. Whichever sect won the core disciple competition of the 3 major sects and took the first place, that sect would be proud, their faces filled with glory. If any of the sects lost, they would naturally lose face. In the next 5 years, they would work hard and do their best to nurture their disciples. They would strive to be able to hold their heads up high in the next competition. 5 years ago, in the 3 sects competition, Spirit Moon sect was ranked first, Flying Cloud sect was ranked second and Falling Star sect was ranked third. This year, it was Falling Star sect's turn to host the 3 sects competition. However, the disciples of Falling Star sect were not as outstanding as the disciples of Spirit Moon sect 5 years ago. The eldest disciple of Spirit Moon sect, Mo Shilan, was a peak 7-star martial sage. She was very powerful and was famous in the entire Green Cloud region. Ma Ren's chances of winning against her were less than 10%. Therefore, as the host this time, Falling Star sect did not want to be ranked first. Instead, they wanted to be ranked second and not be ranked last again. Last time at the Spirit Moon sect, he had already lost face by coming in last place. This time, it was hosted by the An as the host, If he were to come in last place again, it would really be a huge loss of face. Whether they could be ranked second or not depended on the current core disciples of Flying Cloud sect. Chapter 263. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. Since there was going to be a competition between the core disciples, the three sects naturally had to find out the strength of the other party's core disciples before the competition. Among the core disciples of the Flying Cloud sect, there were 2 7-star martial saints. In terms of numbers, they were stronger than the Falling Star sect. However, the 2 7-star martial saints of the Flying Cloud sect were not well known. Although the eldest disciple, Yun Bin, had already been a 7-star martial saint for a year, his heavenly fate was not very outstanding. He only had an 8-star orange fate. After becoming a 7-star martial saint, his cultivation progress was extremely slow. Currently, his cultivation was at most in the middle of the 7th level. Marin was more confident in Yun Bin. He believed that Yun Bin had a 60% chance of winning. As for the other 7-star martial saint disciple, Yun Feng, he was the son of the Flying Cloud sect's sect master, Yun Zhangkong. He had just broken through this year, and he had broken through later than Marin. According to the news from the Yun Feng didn't have any decent battle achievements. Marin didn't put him in his eyes, thinking that he was just a good-for-nothing. Speak of the devil. Just as Marin was thinking about the Flying Cloud sect's disciples, a huge winged black tiger appeared in the distance. The people of the Flying Cloud sect had arrived. Lu Tianyuan, the Flying Cloud sect is here. A mighty voice came from afar. The voice was wild and unrestrained, directly calling Lu Tianyuan's name without any respect. Compared to the politeness of the Spirit Moon sect, the guests of the Flying Cloud sect were extremely rude. The relationship between the Flying Cloud sect and the Falling Star sect wasn't harmonious. It was the Spirit Moon sect that had brought them together. Moreover, because of the enemy of the other camp, they had reluctantly joined together. Furthermore, the Flying Cloud sect's sect master, Yun Zhangkong, and the Falling Star sect's sect master, Lu Tianyuan, were of the same generation. In that generation, Lu Tianyuan was not only a heavenly fate-enlightened being, but he also had a lightning attribute physique. The purple lightning dipper fist that he cultivated was shockingly powerful. Yun Zhangkong was one of the people of the same generation that Lu Tianyuan had crushed. Ever since the two of them met in terms of strength, he had always been suppressed by Lu Tianyuan. In terms of individual strength, Yun Zhangkong was far from Lu Tianyuan. Therefore, if Yun Zhangkong wanted to regain his dignity, he could only do so through the sect competition. As the sect master, he felt extremely refreshed when the Soaring Cloud sect defeated the Falling Star sect once. It was as if he had finally turned defeat into victory and trampled Lu Tianyuan under his feet. The last time the 3 major sects gathered at the Spirit Moon sect, the Flying Cloud sect's disciple defeated the Falling Star sect's disciple and ranked second. At that time, Yun Zhangkong was so happy that he laughed wildly. And the S. This time, the Flying Cloud sect came to the Falling Star sect to slap the Falling Star sect's face. Their attitude was naturally not friendly. Since Yun Zhangkong was not courteous, Lu Tianyuan would not stand up to welcome him like how he received the Spiritual Moon sect. Yun Zhangkong, your strength hasn't increased, but you're getting more arrogant. The Spirit Moon sect's sage Xingyu has been here for a while, but you're late. Among the 3 sect masters, the Spirit Moon sect's sage Xingyu was the oldest, already over 90 years old. His cultivation was also the highest, sage 3-star. In terms of sect strength, the Spirit Moon sect was one of the 2 strongest among the 6 sects in the south. So, Sage Xingyu could be said to be a person of virtue and prestige. The 2 of them had always had conflicts, and their words were sarcastic. Yun Zhangkong expected Lu Tianyuan's words. He laughed and said, "The Spirit Moon sect is closer, and the Flying Cloud sect is further away. It's normal that I'm later than Sage Xingyu. Sage Xingyu, don't blame me." The Spirit Moon sect's sect master, Leng Xingyue, smiled and said, "What are you saying, Sage Zhangkong? Our 3 sects are united and help each other. How can I blame Sage Zhangkong?" Moreover, it's still early, and there's more than enough time for the disciples to compete. Sage Xiangkong, you're not late. The Spirit Moon sect had always acted as a mediator between the Falling Star sect and the Flying Cloud sect, neutralizing the conflict between the two great sections. Leng Xingyu naturally would not follow Lu Tianyuan to squeeze Yun Zhangkong. Instead, she spoke pleasantly to both sides. Yun Zhangkong laughed and said, Lu Tianyuan, look at Sage Xingyu. How magnanimous. You have to learn more from Sage Xingyu. You have to be broad-minded, ha. The double-winged black tiger landed on the empty pavilion. The Flying Cloud sect also sent 3 sage elders and more than 10 elite disciples. They all jumped down from the tiger's back. Yun Zhangkong was 8 feet tall and had a rough appearance. After getting down from the tiger's back, his gaze swept across the Falling Star sect's disciples. Then, he curled his lips and said loudly, Lu Tianyuan, your Falling Star sect's disciples are getting worse with each generation. There are so many younger disciples, but there's only one 7-star martial saint. It seems like the Falling Star sect is going to be the last place again. The Falling Star sect's people all turned green when they heard that, and anger surged. Previously, Yun Zhangkong and Lu Tianyuan had bullied each other. It was fine as the two of them didn't have a good relationship. However, the moment they arrived at the competition hadn't even started yet, and they mocked the Falling Star sect for being the last place. This was a real slap to the Falling Star sect's face. Running to someone else's house and slapping the host as soon as they entered, that was really a little inexcusable. Although the Falling Star sect might be the first place, if you wanted to mock, you had to wait until the Falling Star sect really got the first place. That way, the Falling Star sect would only be ashamed and wouldn't have any complaints. The moment Yun Zhangkong arrived he slapped the Falling Star sect's leader. The Falling Star sect's people only had anger. The Spirit Moon sect's sect master, Leng Xingyue, saw the Falling Star sect's people's displeasure and hurriedly mediated. Elite, what's important is quality, not quantity. Although the Falling Star sect only has one 7-star martial saint disciple, it might not be the last place. Spiritual Master Zhangkong, your conclusion is too arbitrary. Lu Tianyuan snorted coldly and said, Yun Zhangkong, your Flying Cloud sect's disciples aren't that strong. Spiritual Master Xingyue is right, what's important is quality, not quantity. Your Flying Cloud sect has 2 7-star martial saint disciples, so what? My disciple, Marin, is enough to defeat the 2 of them alone. Hearing that, Ma Ren's spirit was immediately roused. His back straightened, and his entire person revealed a strong self-confidence. Lu Tianyuan's words gave him great strength. Haha. Hearing Lu Tianyuan's words, Yun Zhangkong laughed loudly. His laughter was arrogant and full of disdain. Yun Zhangkong's laughter made Lu Tianyuan very uncomfortable. He stood up and said, What are you laughing foolishly for? Yun Zhangkong continued to laugh wildly a few times before saying, Laughing foolishly? I'm laughing at you, Lu Tianyuan, for daydreaming. Your disciple, Marin, is ordinary. He can only be the eldest disciple in the Falling Star sect. In my Flying Cloud sect, he can't even be ranked as the 2nd disciple. At most, he can only be ranked as the 3rd. Ma Ren's face was instantly blood-red. The anger in his heart burned, and he was so angry that his blood surged and rushed to his head. As the eldest disciple of even if Qi Jingyang had a prominent background and was arrogant and despotic, he still had to be respectful to him. He had never been looked down upon by anyone. But today, he was looked down upon by the Flying Cloud sect's leader, Yun Zhangkong. Ma Ren's blood rushed to his head, and his anger soared to the sky. He immediately walked forward and said loudly, Spiritual Master Zhangkong, you've gone too far. I want to see if your Flying Cloud sect's disciples have 3 heads and 6 arms. Let them fight with me, Ma Ren, and see who's stronger and who's weaker. Ma Ren's blood rushed to his head, but Lu Tianyuan was much calmer. Since Yun Zhangkong was so confident, he shouldn't be speaking without thinking. Otherwise, if Ma Ren fought with the Flying Cloud sect's disciples and the Flying Cloud sect's disciples were defeated, Yun Zhangkong would be slapping his own mouth. Yun Zhangkong shouldn't be so stupid. However, if what Yun Zhangkong said was true, Lu Tianyuan's heart skipped a beat, and his burning anger immediately extinguished by 30%. Ma Ren was most likely not a match for the Spirit Moon sect's Mo Shilon. If he couldn't even compare to the Flying Cloud sect's disciples, then the Falling Star sect would take the last place again. Then, the slap that Yun Zhangkong gave to the Falling Star sect would really explode. Ever since the three major sects joined forces, there had never been a host that took the last place. If they really took the last place this time, it would really be a disgrace to their home. Lu Tianyuan had a bad premonition in his heart. Facing Ma Ren's angry challenge, Yun Zhangkong shook his head and still disdainfully judged, "Too impulsive, not calm enough. With such a state of mind, it's hard for you to achieve great things." Continued reading today. Begging for votes, continue to charge. Chapter 264. Yun Zhangkong's words infuriated Ma Ren even more. He who had always been amiable was now on the verge of exploding. "Ren, calm down." Lu Tianyuan was afraid that Ma Ren would lose his composure. He opened his mouth slightly and transmitted his voice to Ma Ren. His voice rang in Ma Ren's mind like a clap of thunder. Ma Ren suddenly became clear-headed and suppressed his anger. Yun Zhangkong took in the changes in Ma Ren's emotions and smiled faintly. The gathering of the three sects only happens once every 5 years. It's an extremely rare opportunity. According to the usual practice, the elite disciples will compete to liven things up. Finally, it will be the battle between the eldest disciples to choose the leader of the Qingyun ancient land. Ma Ren, if you want to prove yourself, there will be time later. However, you are only qualified to challenge the second disciple of the sect. Ma Ren, who had just calmed down, was once again enraged and shouted, "What did you say?" "You are only qualified to challenge the second disciple of the sect." Yun Zhangkong said word by word, "If you really want to challenge the eldest disciple of the sect, that's fine. However, you have to prove yourself. If you can defeat the second disciple of the sect and the eldest disciple of the Spirit Moon sect, then you are qualified to challenge the eldest disciple of the sect." After saying that, Yun Zhangkong's face was full of pride. Although these words were said to Ma Ren, it was actually said to Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyue. The meaning of Yun Zhangkong's words was very obvious. The Flying Cloud sect would be first in this competition because Ma Ren would only be qualified to challenge the eldest disciple of the Spirit Moon sect if he defeated the eldest disciple of the Spirit Moon sect. Didn't that mean that the eldest disciple of the Flying Cloud sect was stronger than the eldest disciple of the Spirit Moon sect? As soon as these words came out, the faces of the people of the Spirit Moon sect changed. They thought that the first place of the Spirit Moon sect would be unshakable in this competition. However, they did not expect the Flying Cloud sect's leader, Yun Zhangkong, to say such bold words. With Yun Zhangkong's status, he should not speak without thinking. Since he had said it, he must have something to rely on. However, the perfected persons and disciples of the Spirit Moon sect locked their eyes on the eldest disciple of the Flying Cloud sect, Yun Bin. No matter how they looked at it, they could not see that Yun Bin would be a match for the eldest disciple of the Spirit Moon sect, Mo Shilon. As for the people of they all frowned. This time, the Flying Cloud sect actually wanted to compete with the Spirit Moon sect for first place. They didn't put the Falling Star sect in their eyes at all. If the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect really had this strength, then wouldn't the Falling Star sect really be the last? This made the people of the Falling Star sect feel very depressed. Lu Tianyuan groaned inwardly as he glanced at Ma Ren. At this moment, his confidence had basically collapsed. When he thought about how the Falling Star sect would be the first to come in last place in the three sects gathering, Lu Tianyuan felt his face burning. Taoist Zhangkong, looks like the Flying Cloud sect has already prepared a trump card for the gathering of the three sects this time. The voice of the Spirit Moon sect's sect lord, Leng Xingyue, could be heard. Yun Zhangkong's spearhead had already pointed at the Spirit Moon sect, and Leng Xingyue could no longer remain calm. Yun Zhangkong laughed and said, "What trump card? Our sect's elite disciples are all here. Our Flying Cloud sect is full of talents and capable juniors. This time, it should be our Flying Cloud sect's turn to be number one among the three sections." Leng Xingyue faintly smiled and said, It's still too early to say who will be number one. Now that the three sects have gathered, let's start the competition earlier so that we can see the heroic appearance of the Flying Cloud sect's disciples earlier. As Lung Xingyue's voice fell, a disciple of the Spirit Moon sect leaped out from the pavilion and landed on the arena in the middle of the three pavilions. The disciples of the Spirit Moon sect were all women. This disciple was in her early 20s, but she was a 5-star martial saint. Her talent was extremely good. She leaped onto the arena and cupped her fists towards the pavilions where the Falling Star sect and Flying Cloud sect were and said, "Spirit Moon sect's disciple, Jiying, would like to experience the great moves of the Falling Star sect and Flying Cloud sect's senior brothers." Someone took the lead. The competition between the three sects' core disciples had begun. These competitions were only the prelude to the showdown between the head disciples. What was truly related to the rankings of the three sects were the battles between the strongest disciples. The results of the battles between the elite and core disciples weren't very important. However, this was only relative to the rankings of the sections. In terms of personal glory, it was still very important. Moreover, if one won, not only would one be glorious, but the sect would also be proud. Therefore, no one wanted to lose. Everyone wanted to stand on the winning side. The battles were very intense. When the sun rose high in the sky, the competition between the core disciples below the 7th level of the martial saint realm had already ended. The three sects each had their own victories and defeats. In the end, a 6-star martial saint from the Flying Cloud sect, Li Kuang, stood at the end. He defeated the second disciple of the Qi Jingyang and the third disciple of the Spirit Moon sect, Xiao Shui. Among the younger disciples present, Li Kuang was invincible below the 7-star martial saint realm. On the pavilion where the Spirit Moon sect was located, Lung Xingyue nodded towards the second disciple, Tseng Jingru, and said, "Jingru, you go." Since Li Kuang was invincible below the 7-star martial saint realm, they could only send out a 7-star martial saint to defeat him. The Falling Star sect only had one 7-star martial saint, so they wouldn't easily go up. However, the Spirit Moon sect had two 7-star martial saints, so Lung Xingyue naturally sent out the second disciple, Tseng Jingru. Tseng Jingru's skin was slightly dark, but her facial features were delicate. Although she couldn't be considered a great beauty, she was still a rare beauty. A 7-star martial saint was a high-rank martial saint and could be conferred the title of Marquis. Their strength was far from what a 6-star martial saint could compare to. When Tseng Jingru went up, the result was obvious. Li Kuang was defeated. The competition between the core disciples of the three sects had already reached the stage of 7-star martial saints. This was the most exciting stage, and also the stage that the three sects paid the most attention to. The rankings of the three sects all depended on the results of the competition between the 7-star martial saints. Tseng Jingru stood on the arena, her gaze sweeping across the pavilion of the Falling Star sect and the Flying Cloud sect. She said, "Senior brother, come up and fight." Marin, Yun Bin, and Yun Feng didn't move. They looked over here and there, all wanting the other to go up first. Yun Zhangkong laughed. "Lu Tianyuan, doesn't your disciple want to prove herself? Why isn't she going up?" Although Lu Tianyuan felt that the Falling Star sect would lose face this time, he couldn't show weakness until the last moment. He said coldly, "Your Flying Cloud sect's second disciple hasn't made a move yet. How can my Falling Star sect's first disciple go up?" Yun Zhangkong laughed and said, "Forget it. Anyway, it's a failure. One in the morning, one in the evening, there's no difference. Yun Bin, go and play with the junior sister of the Spirit Moon sect." "Yes, sect leader." Yun Bin, who was standing beside Yun Zhangkong, responded. He jumped up and went up to the arena. The members of the Falling Star sect and the Spirit Moon sect were all stunned. This isn't right. Yun Bin is the first disciple of the Flying Cloud sect. The second disciple Yun Feng hasn't gone up yet. Why is the first disciple Yun Bin going up? Those with quick reactions reacted in the blink of an eye, and their hearts trembled. However, more people were puzzled and said directly, "Why is the first disciple of the Flying Cloud sect going up?" Could it be that the second disciple directly admitted defeat and didn't dare to fight? Yun Jiankong laughed loudly and said, "Ha! Who told you that Yun Bin is the first disciple of the Flying Cloud sect?" Everyone was stunned. Yun Jiankong restrained his smile and said seriously, "The first disciple of the Flying Cloud sect was once Yun Bin, but now, he's no longer. Now, the first disciple is Yun Feng, and the second disciple is Yun Bin." While talking, Yun Jiankong's expression revealed an uncontrollable complacency. Sure enough, some who reacted quickly had already guessed it just now, but they were still surprised. And those who only understood now were shocked. They didn't expect that the news of the strength of the Flying Cloud sect disciples that they got was false. It turned out that the former second disciple Yun Feng was the real first disciple and the #1 expert among the Flying Cloud sect disciples. However, Yun Feng's cultivation just broke through to 7-star martial saint 2 months ago. Moreover, his reputation in the Flying Cloud sect had always been unknown, and his battle results were ordinary. How could his strength be above the first disciple Yun Bin when he became a 7-star martial saint? Looks like the Flying Cloud sect deliberately concealed Yun Feng's strength to make people ignore him. In fact, he's the trump card of the Flying Cloud sect. Fortunately, he shocked the world with a single brilliant feat at the 3-sect gathering. Now that things had come to this, the answer was already very simple. The martial artists present all understood after thinking for a while. In order to be proud at the 3-sect gathering this time, in order to be glorious in the Yun Jiankong had already prepared for several years. Second update. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 265. Yun Jiankong, you've really hidden yourself well for today. Lu Tianyuan's face was livid as he said coldly, "You have a genius disciple, but you keep it a secret and live with it every day. Don't you feel tired?" He knew very well that Yun Jiankong had prepared and hidden for so long just to amaze everyone at the 3-sects gathering held by the Fallen Star sect. What was his real purpose? Because he, Lu Tianyuan, was the sect master of the Fallen Star sect. Yun Jiankong's real purpose was to slap Lu Tianyuan's face and destroy his prestige. This was Yun Jiankong's revenge for Lu Tianyuan suppressing him all this while. However, Yun Jiankong had prepared for several years just to take revenge on Lu Tianyuan. Then he slapped the entire Fallen Star sect's face and even came here to do it. If Lu Tianyuan had known the true strength of the Flying Cloud sect's disciples, the location of the 3-sects gathering this time wouldn't be the Fallen Star sect. He would have given up the hosting rights. Since the 3-sects formed an alliance, the reason why there had never been a last-place host wasn't because the sect's disciples happened to be strong when it was their turn to host, but because the host thought that their disciples weren't strong enough, so they could give up the hosting rights to the sect with outstanding disciples. In history, there were 2 records where the Fallen Star sect hosted the 3-sects gathering instead of the Flying Cloud sect. It was because the Flying Cloud sect's disciples were mediocre and the Fallen Star sect's disciples were outstanding. Holding the 3-sects gathering would exhaust the sect's financial resources and energy. If they were to come in last place, they would lose money and face. There was nothing more shameful than this. Therefore, the 3-sects tried their best to avoid this embarrassment. However, the 3-sects gathering had already started, and it was impossible to stop it. Yun Jiankong had been hiding Yun Feng's true strength on purpose just for this moment. He wanted the Fallen Star sect to have no choice but to host the 3-sects gathering and then give the Fallen Star sect a hard slap. Lu Tianyuan, didn't you crush your peers? Didn't you defeat me in the 3-sects conference? Didn't you defeat me in many duels? But today, as the sect leader, you're the complete loser. I, Yun Jiankong, am the real winner. Haha. When Yun Jiankong saw that Lu Tianyuan's face was ashen and his heart was filled with anger, he was incomparably happy and secretly laughed in his heart. However, the competition was not over yet. These words were still left for after the Flying Cloud sect became the first of the 3 sections. Yun Jiankong chuckled and said, "I'm not tired at all. Lu Tianyuan, I've waited a long time for this day. Moreover, you don't know how happy I was because I knew that this day would come." especially because every day that passes brings me closer to today. So, I'm happier every day, and today is the happiest day of all. The more Yun Zhangkong spoke, the prouder and happier he became. In the end, he let out a wild laugh. Not to mention that the falling star sex people were displeased and furious. Even the spirit moon sex people were secretly frowning as they disliked Yun Zhangkong's arrogance. Right now, the flying cloud sect had not gotten first place yet, but Yun Zhangkong acted as if the first place already belonged to the flying cloud sect. Not only did he not put the falling star sect in his eyes, he also did not put the spirit moon sect in his eyes. The spirit moon sect's first disciple, Mo Shilon, was a peak 7-star martial saint. With her strength, if an 8-star martial saint did not appear, who would dare to say that they could defeat her? Whether it was the perfected elders of the spirit moon sect or the disciples of the martial saints, they did not believe that the flying cloud sect could get first place. Therefore, Yun Zhangkong's pride made the spirit moon sect's people feel especially disgusted. Senior Sister Zeng, let him know the power of our spirit moon sect's disciples. A spirit moon sect's disciple shouted, looking forward to Zheng Jingru defeating Yun Bin to vent the resentment in his heart. Zheng Jingru clenched her fist and made a gesture of victory, causing the spirit moon sect's disciples to cheer. On the opposite side, the flying cloud sect's disciple, Yun Bin, looked at Zheng Jingru with a smile and said, Junior Sister Zheng, you're not my match. Zheng Jingru coldly snorted and said, we'll only know after we fight. Yun Bin chuckled and said, okay, I'll let you know the difference between you and me. As he spoke, Yun Bin's aura soared and released his cultivation. A surge of aura spread out, causing the surrounding space to shake and a circular wave to surge. Zheng Jingru's expression changed slightly. The spectators were also shocked. The cultivation that Yun Bin displayed was shockingly the late stage of the 7th level. Whether it was the Spirit Moon sect or that they had heard that the Flying Cloud sect's first disciple, Yun Bin, had a cultivation of the middle stage of the 7th level. However, the Flying Cloud sect had also released false information in this regard. Yun Bin was not at the middle stage of the 7th level, but at the late stage of the 7th level. Although the middle stage of the 7th level and the late stage of the 7th level were both 7-star martial saints and belonged to the same realm, and there was not much difference between them, for martial artists who could not challenge those of a higher level, a higher cultivation was a great advantage. None of the martial saints who could become marquises were weak. Therefore, after becoming a 7-star martial saint, the difficulty of challenging those of a higher level would increase. Even if there was only a slight difference in cultivation, for a large number of 7-star martial saints, it was difficult to reverse the situation. Of course, the premise was that the strength of the astrology was the same. Zheng Jingru quickly regained her composure and shouted, a martial artist's strength is not only based on cultivation, but also on astrology. Whoosh, as her voice fell, a ray of starlight rushed out from between Zheng Jingru's eyebrows and turned into a green star above her. On the star, there were dense vines growing, green leaves overlapping, and blue waves like the sea. It was a wood-based astrology. Zheng Jingru knew that her cultivation was inferior, so she had to use the power of astrology to have a chance of winning. Therefore, she decisively used the green vine astrology, which was a mid-level astrology. The green vine astrology poured down endless power of the stars. The power of the stars condensed into the shape of vines, which was extremely special. Zheng Jingru waved her hand and 2 vines shot out like arrows, shooting towards Yun Bin. At the same time, she stomped her legs and 2 vines on the ground grew wildly, wrapping around Yun Bin's legs. Yun Bin smiled slightly. He was not afraid of Zheng Jingru's attack at all. A ray of starlight rushed out from between his eyebrows as he used his astrology. In an instant, a star covered in flames appeared above Yun Bin. He used the flame astrology. The fire was mighty and the aura was shocking. In terms of grade, it was even better than Zheng Jingru's astrology. A red metal fan engraved with flame runes appeared in Yun Bin's hand. It was a mid-level spirit artifact. With a wave of the red metal fan, the fan blade was like a knife, slashing out an extremely sharp red light. Where the red light passed, The vines were cut in half and instantly infected by the flames. 1,000 hands and 100 arms. Xing Jingru shouted. Her celestial essence revolved, and her strength erupted as she madly attacked Yun Bin. Countless vines stretched out from behind Xing Jingru and attacked Yun Bin. It was really like 1,000 hands and 100 arms. The dense attack was extremely terrifying. Burn in all directions. Yun Bin shouted coldly, his voice revealing a sense of awe. Shua, the flame astrology suddenly poured down endless power of the fire star. It was all guided by the red metal fan in Yun Bin's hand and shot out in all directions. The countless vines were blocked by the red flames and were unable to attack. Instead, more than half of them were burned away. Fire restrained wood. Xing Jingru's strength was inferior to Yun Bin's. Naturally, she was suppressed by Yun Bin. Her attacks were easily broken by Yun Bin. Plucking leaves to hurt people, meteor fall, kill. Xing Jingru's celestial essence revolved to the limit, and the green vine astrology trembled. Obviously, she was exerting her strength beyond her usual state, displaying a unique skill that she could not display in her usual state. The green vine hung down, and countless leaves were swept down by Xing Jingru. Then, in Xing Jingru's hand, these green vine leaves were like stones turning into gold. They turned into extremely sharp weapons and all of them shot towards Yun Bin. No wonder this move was called meteor fall. The sharp leaves were indeed like meteors falling from the sky. It's time to end this. Yun Bin's expression remained unchanged as he shouted coldly, "Sparks fly, cold stars fill the sky." In an instant, the red metal fan in Yun Bin's hand continuously shot out as fast as lightning. Sparks flew in front of him like a sky full of twinkling stars. With a series of crackling sounds, the dense vines and leaves were all extinguished by the flying sparks. Break! At this time, a red light crossed the sky and shot towards Xing Jingru under the sky full of sparks. Chapter 266. The scarlet light stopped. Yun Bin held the scarlet gold fan and placed it in front of Xing Jingru's throat. The scarlet light in front of the fan spat out. As long as Yun Bin willed it, the scarlet light would pierce through Xing Jingru's throat and kill her. Xing Jingru had lost this battle. Yun Bin put away the scarlet gold fan and smiled proudly. "Junior sister Xing, thank you for letting me win." Xing Jingru felt her throat burning. She looked deeply at Yun Bin and returned to the pavilion where the spirit moon sect was. Whoosh! On the arena, Yun Bin opened the scarlet gold fan in his hand and waved it gently, looking elegant. The breeze caused Yun Bin's black hair to fly. He turned to face the pavilion where the falling star sect was and looked at Ma Ren from afar. His lips curled into a disdainful smile as he said, "Come down. Falling star sect's first disciple." His tone was frivolous and his attitude was arrogant, full of disdain for Ma Ren, especially when he emphasized the words, "Falling star sect's first disciple." He specially reminded him that he, the second disciple of the Flying Cloud sect, was challenging the first disciple of the Falling Star sect. This was a form of mockery that the Falling Star sect had no successor. Ma Ren's face was ashen as he stood up. His figure flashed and he flew towards the arena. His heart was filled with anger and he had nowhere to vent it. He needed a battle to resolve it. Ma Ren landed on the arena. A cold light flashed in his hand and a dazzling white saber appeared. It had a threatening aura and was a middle-grade spiritual weapon. On the dazzling white saber, there were faint dragon patterns that were faintly discernible under the saber light. This saber was called Hidden Dragon Saber. With the saber in his hand, Ma Ren's aura was sharp like a lone mountain that pierced through the sky. He waved the Hidden Dragon Saber and pointed it at Yun Bin. Ma Ren said coldly, "I want to see if you can still be so arrogant under the Hidden Dragon Saber." Ma Ren cultivated the middle-grade spiritual weapon, Big Dipper Dragon Saber. This saber focused on offense and had strong destructive power. When used, it could easily cut through dragons and tigers. The Big Dipper Dragon Saber technique was suitable to be used together with the Hidden Dragon Saber. Furthermore, after breaking through to 7-star Martial Sage, Ma Ren had bitterly cultivated his saber techniques. A few days ago, the Heavenly Dipper Dragon-breaking saber had already broken through to small accomplishment. In terms of strength, Marin was not far behind among the 7-star martial sages. Even if his opponent was a late-stage 7-star martial sage, he still had the strength to fight. Yunbin waved the crimson gold fan lightly and spoke cheerfully. His bearing was extraordinary, and he was filled with confidence. It was as if victory was already in his grasp. He walked towards Marin step by step. With every step he took, flaming runes would appear under his feet like a fire lotus. Lotus blossoms with every step. This was an effect that only martial artists who had comprehended fire force could create. With every step Yunbin took, the fire he condensed grew stronger. He looked at Marin with a smile and said, "The Falling Star sect is getting worse and worse with each generation. When it comes to your generation, you are no different from trash. What eldest disciple? Defeating you will be as easy as flipping my hand." Trash? The blood in Marin's body began to boil. He was the first disciple of the but he was being called a piece of trash? Moreover, he was being called a piece of trash in the Falling Star sect. This was like being slapped in his own home. This was a personal insult, a naked personal attack. The dignity and prestige of the Falling Star sect were nothing. Even though Marin was a gentleman, he was completely enraged at this moment. He roared, "I will destroy your ancestors." In an instant, a starlight rushed out from between Marin's eyebrows and turned into a huge star. On the star, there were mountains, rivers, and rivers. It was an astrological sign with all 5 elements, but its grade was not low. It was enough to be classified as a high-grade astrological sign. Whoosh! As he roared, a saber light shot out like lightning. The surging power of the stars fell from the 5 elements, causing the power of the saber to increase by several times. The Big Dipper Dragon severing saber was ferocious and domineering. When the saber slashed down, it was unstoppable. However, Yunbin did not retreat in the face of this terrifying saber light. Instead, he advanced. Facing the terrifying saber light, he closed the crimson gold fan in his hand and pointed it out like a spear piercing forward. The flaming star dropped an infinite amount of flaming star power, which turned into a crimson light that shot out from the crimson gold fan. The crimson light was like a spear piercing forward. It was heavy and powerful. In an instant, the crimson light, which was like a spear piercing forward, collided with the saber light. Boom! An explosion resounded in all directions, causing the void to tremble. The unstoppable saber was torn apart by the crimson light. The crimson light was like a spear piercing toward the hidden dragon saber in Yi Xing's hand. The terrifying power collided, causing the hidden dragon saber to tremble and hum. However, Marin held the hidden dragon saber firmly. Obviously, he would not be sent flying by the crimson light. However, the crimson gold fire fan that followed closely behind also struck the hidden dragon saber in an instant. At this moment, the hidden dragon saber seemed to have been hit by a big hammer. Marin could no longer hold it. With a whoosh, the saber flew out of Marin's hand. One move. Just one move. Marin's Big Dipper Dragon Saber move was broken, and the middle-grade spiritual weapon, Hidden Dragon Saber, in his hand was also sent flying. Although Yunbin's cultivation was 1 level higher than Marin's, after all, they were in the same realm as the 7-star martial sage. There should not be such a big gap in strength. This result shocked everyone. When the Hidden Dragon Saber flew out of his hand, Marin exclaimed, "This is impossible. How did you know the flaw in my move?" Whoosh! The answer was a wave of the crimson gold fan, which shot out several crimson flames. Marin was surprised and asked Yunbin, how could he have time to defend? As soon as he circulated his star essence, he was hit by several crimson flames. His body suddenly splashed with blood, and he flew backward. While still in the air, Marin had already vomited blood. He was seriously injured. Yunbin opened the crimson gold fan and waved it gently. Looking at Marin, who was flying out of the arena, the corner of his mouth raised into a proud smile. Yun Zhangkong had long expected that Yunbin would fight with Marin. Therefore, he had investigated Marin's strength and characteristics clearly, and then launched targeted training for Yun Bin. Ma Ren was eager for instant success. After breaking through to the 7-star Martial Sage realm, he did not calm down and slowly consolidate the foundation of the Big Dipper Dragon Saber. Instead, he rushed to cultivate the Big Dipper Dragon Saber to the Small Success realm. In the end, Ma Ren successfully cultivated the Big Dipper Dragon Saber to the Small Success realm before the 3 sects gathering. However, he also left a fatal flaw. And this flaw happened to be known by Yun Zhangkong's friend who was monitoring Ma Ren in the Falling Star sect. Therefore, Yun Bin targeted Ma Ren's attack. Otherwise, even if Yun Bin's cultivation was higher than Ma Ren's, it would not be easy to defeat Ma Ren. Even if it was a fierce battle, Ma Ren might not have no chance of winning. The best way to defeat Lu Tianyuan was not for the eldest disciple of the Flying Cloud sect to defeat Ma Ren, but for the second disciple of the Flying Cloud sect. Moreover, the faster the defeat, the better. Only in this way could it cause the greatest impact. The eldest disciple of the Falling Star sect was defeated by the second disciple of the Flying Cloud sect in one move. If this news spread out, it would be shocking. Yun Bin's gaze moved away from Ma Ren and swept across the core disciples of the Falling Star sect. He said coldly, "The disciples of the Falling Star sect are getting worse with each generation. In this generation, they are all trash. As the eldest disciple of the You can't even take one move from me, the second disciple of the Flying Cloud sect. How disappointing." The disciples of the Falling Star sect were all enraged. Their eyes were red and they were extremely angry. The elders of the Falling Star sect were also pale. They were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. Haha. In the arena where the Flying Cloud sect was, Yun Zhangkong stood up and laughed loudly. He was in high spirits and proud of himself. Yun Zhangkong looked at Lu Tianyuan proudly and smiled. "Lu Tianyuan, didn't you crush your peers? Didn't you defeat me at the 3 sects conference? Didn't you defeat me in many duels? But today, as the leader of the sect, you're the complete loser. Even though you're in charge of the disciples you've trained can't even withstand a single blow. Your eldest disciple of the Falling Star sect was defeated by the second disciple of the Flying Cloud sect. In this 3-sect competition, your Falling Star sect is the last. Lu Tianyuan, I really have to congratulate you. Under your leadership, Theus the host is the last in the 3-sect competition. This is really unprecedented. Haha. Who said that my Falling Star sect is the last? Suddenly, a loud voice came from behind Yun Zhangkong. I, Yixing, have not made a move yet. Some clowns are celebrating too early. Chapter 267. Yun Zhangkong was an outstanding figure in the Flying Cloud sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ascended to the position of Flying Cloud sect's sect master. His destiny was as high as a 1-star yellow fate, and he was destined to be an enlightened master. Moreover, because of his hard work and cultivation, he was already a 2-star enlightened master. In the Flying Cloud sect, he was a proud son of heaven when he was young. When he grew older, he became a sect master and could be said to be peerless in his generation. However, this peerless in his generation was limited to the Flying Cloud sect. As the saying went, there was always a taller mountain. Yun Zhangkong was a proud son of heaven in the Flying Cloud sect, a sect master who led an era. However, in the entire Azure Cloud Mountain Range's southern 6 sects, he was somewhat behind others. No matter if it was when he was young or when he grew older, Lu Tianyuan was always like a mountain that pressed down on him. This mountain didn't look that tall because Lu Tianyuan's cultivation was always the same as his. Moreover, their final achievements were the same. 2-star enlightened master, a sect master. If the gap between the two was too big, Lu Tianyuan would be like an unsurpassable mountain to him, and Yun Zhangkong might be convinced. However, the two of them were very close, which made Yun Zhangkong always have hoped to surpass Lu Tianyuan and prove himself. Just like that, year after year, from when he was young until now, Yun Zhangkong challenged Lu Tianyuan many times. Every time he challenged, Yun Zhangkong would end in failure. He had never won a single time, and he had never even achieved a tie. this kind of failure that seemed to be close and made people want to chase, but no matter how hard they chased, it was the most torturous to the mind. Yun Zhangkong's failure under Lu Tianyuan's hands made him angrier and angrier, and it became more and more unbearable. Under the torment of his mind for a long time, he developed a mental barrier. He wanted to win. No matter what, whether it was scheming or using unscrupulous means, he just wanted to beat Lu Tianyuan. No matter from which aspect, he wanted to beat Lu Tianyuan and then ruthlessly slap Lu Tianyuan's face. Only then would his mind be at ease. In the Star Continent, strength was revered. In the beginning, Yun Zhangkong only wanted to surpass Lu Tianyuan in terms of personal strength. However, after failing time and time again and knowing that he could never surpass Lu Tianyuan, a mental barrier formed in his heart, which was why he wanted to prove himself in other aspects. Last time at the Spirit Moon Sect's 3-sect gathering, the Flying Cloud sect had placed second and the Falling Star sect had placed third. This result made Yun Zhangkong incomparably happy. He finally felt the joy of surpassing Lu Tianyuan. However, this was not enough. This was far from enough. The demonic barrier in Yun Zhang's heart was too deep. What he wanted was far more than this. After the feeling of defeating Lu Tianyuan the first time, he wanted to do it a second time. Furthermore, he wanted this feeling to be even stronger and more profound. At that time, he had a plan. 5 years later, at the Falling Star Sect's 3-sects gathering, he was going to show up and slap the Falling Star sect in the face. He was going to make the Falling Star sect fall to last place again and humiliate the Falling Star sect. This feeling was 10 times more intense and profound than when he had defeated the Falling Star sect in the Spirit Moon sect. He had been preparing for 5 years. Today, seeing that he had succeeded and that the eldest disciple of Immerse had been defeated, the anger that he had been suppressing in his heart finally burst out completely. Therefore, he laughed frivolously, proudly, and somewhat hysterically. Laughing madly, he viciously humiliated Lu Tianyuan. His laughter was extremely grating to Lu Tianyuan's ears. Lu Tianyuan gritted his teeth and was extremely furious. However, at the 3-sects gathering, Yun Zhang had defeated the Falling Star sect's disciple according to the rules agreed upon by the 3 sects. This filled him with anger, but he had nowhere to vent it, so he could only forcefully endure it. The more embarrassed Lu Tianyuan was, the happier and prouder Yun Zhangkong was, the more frivolous and arrogant he was. However, Yixing's loud shout came from afar, causing Yun Zhangkong's laughter to stop. It also caused everyone from the 3 sects to be surprised as they looked over in unison. Yixing was in the Starry Hall. After cultivating the middle-grade Falling Star incantation to the 6th level, he left the Starry Hall with the Starry token and appeared outside the Starry Valley. After Yixing entered the Starry Valley, he did not come out for nearly 5 months. The people of the Falling Star sect all thought that he had died. The disciples guarding outside the Starry Valley were scared half to death. After learning from the disciples guarding the Starry Valley that today was actually the day of the 3 sects gathering, Yixing went straight to the inner court square. Unfortunately, he arrived a little late. While he was still far away, he saw the scene of Marin being defeated by the Flying Cloud sect's disciple. He executed the Sky Bat steps and sped up. Seeing the Flying Cloud sect's sect master laughing so arrogantly and humiliating the Falling Star sect in his words, Yixing, as a member of the was also enraged. How could he allow Yun Zhangkong to continue being arrogant in the Falling Star sect? He shouted from afar and interrupted Yun Zhangkong's complacent laughter. At this moment, all the martial artists of the 3 sects looked over at Yixing. The martial artists of the Spirit Moon sect and Flying Cloud sect were stunned. They did not know who Yixing was. Even the Falling Star sect's head disciple, Marin, was defeated, yet he still had such courage. Could it be that he was stronger than Marin? However, if that was the case, then the Falling Star sect's head disciple should not be Marin, but him, Yixing. The martial artists of the Flying Cloud sect and Spirit Moon sect did not know Yixing. The 3 sects gathering was a competition between the most elite core disciples, so they only inquired about the top 10 core disciples of the Falling Star sect. When Yixing entered the Falling Star secret realm, he was only an inner court disciple. Although he defeated the core disciple, Ma Ji, he was still far from the top 10 core disciples. Moreover, after he entered the Falling Star secret realm, he never came out again. Naturally, the Flying Cloud sect and Spirit Moon sect did not pay attention to Yixing. They were very puzzled by Yixing's appearance. However, there was a perfected person elder in the Spirit Moon sect. After hearing Yixing's name, her expression changed slightly. Perfected person Yenyu had heard her disciple, Wei Qingxian, talk about a youth called Yixing many times. She said that although his destiny was very low, he had surpassed many geniuses. Therefore, when perfected person Yenyu heard Yixing's identity, she had some reaction. Wei Qingxian had been taken away by King Lanqin long ago, but perfected person Yenyu had a very deep impression of this disciple whom she had only taught for a few months. Therefore, when Wei Qingxian mentioned Yixing, she also remembered it in her heart. However, when perfected person Yenyu saw Yixing, she quickly rejected the idea that the Yixing in front of her was the Yixing that Wei Qingxian had mentioned. The Yixing that Qingxian mentioned has the same cultivation as her. More than half a year ago, he was only a 7th-level martial artist and a 2-star destiny. However, this Yixing is a 5-star martial saint. Even with Qingshuan's aptitude, it would be difficult for her to increase her cultivation at such a speed. Since the Yixing that she mentioned has such a low destiny, even if he is a martial arts genius, I'm afraid that he hasn't become a martial saint yet. Perfected person Yenyu thought to herself. Compared to the surprise of the martial artists of the Spirit Moon sect and the Flying Cloud sect, the martial artists of the Falling Star sect were obviously more shocked. Yixing had not appeared after entering the Falling Star secret territory. Everyone in the Falling Star sect had publicly acknowledged that Yixing had died. Now that nearly 5 months had passed, how could Yixing suddenly appear again? Where did he come from? The sect master, the elders, the deacons, and the disciples were all petrified when they saw Yixing quickly approaching from afar. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. A person who was thought to be dead suddenly appeared in front of them. This kind of impact was indeed too great. Even the astral realm sages were stunned at this moment. Yixing flew to the pavilion where the Falling Star sect was located. He cupped his fists and bowed to Lu Tianyuan and the other elders. Sect master, elders, disciple Yixing was trapped in the Falling Star secret territory. Today, I finally came out. Looking at Yixing's figure in front of them and hearing Yixing's voice, the Falling Star sect recovered from their dreamlike state. The shock in Lu Tianyuan's eyes did not diminish, but he was overjoyed. According to the description of the core disciples, when Yixing was still a 4-star martial saint in the Falling Star secret territory, he had defeated 2 6-star martial saints, Qi Jingyang and Li Yuanqing. Now, Yixing's cultivation had broken through again. He was already a 5-star martial saint. Did that mean that there was hope for him to fight with a 7-star martial saint? Although the gap between a 5-star martial saint and a 7-star martial saint was bigger than the gap between a 4-star martial saint and a 6-star martial saint, Yixing's appearance undoubtedly gave them more hope in despair at this moment. As for the sect master's wife, Hua Tianshu, after recovering from her shock, a gloomy aura flashed in her eyes. This little bastard, he actually did not die. He actually did not die. Killing intent instantly rose in Hua Tianshu's heart. Continue to update 4 times today, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 268. Although Hua Tianshu's killing intent was boiling in her heart, it was condensed and did not dissipate. Outsiders could not sense it at all. Only Yixing, as Hua Tianshu's target, could sense the strong killing intent with his extraordinary perception. Yixing's lips curled up slightly. His wings were really full now. Yixing did not care about Hua Tianshu's killing intent. Now, his strength was unmatched among the disciples of the Falling Star sect. Moreover, he could make a great contribution to the sect right now, so Hua Tianshu could only dream of killing him. And the cultivation method he learned had reached the level of the supreme spiritual martial art. His future cultivation would be smooth sailing. It would not be long before he became the #1 person in the Falling Star sect. He might even be the #1 person in the Qingyun region. At that time, his personal strength would be above everything. It would be easy for him to seek justice for his master, Zi Shanho. Killing Hua Tianshu would be like killing an ant. With the experience in the Starry Palace, Yi Xing's vision was wider and he had a greater vision. He really had a great spirit. In the past, in front of Astral Realm enlightened masters, he could not help but feel pressured. It was a little different from when he was in the Astral Realm. But now, standing in front of an Astral Realm enlightened master and standing in front of an ordinary warrior, he felt no different. His heart was as calm as water. This was the strength of the soul, the sublimation of the soul. The strong must have a strong heart first. Now Yi Xing already had such a strong heart. Lu Tianyuan looked at Yi Xing. At this moment, he did not have the time to find out how Yi Xing came out of the Falling Star secret realm. The most important thing now was how to get back the dignity of the Falling Star sect. Good. Lu Tianyuan shouted the word, good, 3 times in a row. It was obvious how happy he was. Now, he put the dignity of the Falling Star sect and his own hopes on Yi Xing. Lu Tianyuan said, Yi Xing, Ma Ren has already been defeated in today's 3 sects competition. You're the only disciple from our sect who can fight. Are you confident? On the way here, Yi Xing had already scanned the disciples of the Spirit Moon sect and the Flying Cloud sect. The one with the highest cultivation was a peak 7-star martial sage. With Yi Xing's current strength, as long as the other party did not have the strength to challenge someone of a higher rank, he could completely crush any martial artist below 8-star. Furthermore, this was under the premise that the Sagittarius constellation and the Black Hole constellation were not exposed. If Yi Xing unleashed his full strength, bringing out all his trump cards, even he himself did not know what level he would reach. Perhaps even an 8-star martial sage would not be able to compete with Yi Xing. Yi Xing said, Don't worry, Sect Master. I won't let you down. Lu Tianyuan walked up to Yi Xing and heavily patted Yi Xing's left shoulder. The glory of the Starfall sect is in your hands. Junior brother Yi. Among the core disciples, Lin Tongyu's excited voice came. Her face was full of joy. Seeing that Yi Xing was not dead, she was so excited that tears flashed in her eyes. She clenched her fist and waved at Yi Xing, Junior brother Yi, go for it. Yi Xing looked over and saw Lin Tongyu's concerned eyes. His heart warmed. He clenched his fist and nodded heavily at Lin Tongyu. Senior brother Yi, go for it. The core disciples all clenched their fists and shouted at Yi Xing. Today, the Flying Cloud sect came to slap their faces. With Ma Ren's defeat, the disciples of the Starfall sect could be said to have suffered a crushing defeat. While the sect's dignity was lost, their faces were also lost. At this moment, all their hopes were pinned on Yi Xing. Yi Xing nodded to the disciples. With a serious expression, he leaped into the air and entered the arena. Haha. At this moment, Yun Zhankong, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, laughed wildly again. His laughter was wilder and more arrogant than before, and it was filled with sarcasm. The laughter was ear-piercing. Everyone looked at Yun Zhankong, including Yun Bin and Yi Xing in the arena. Yun Zhankong bent over and held his stomach as if his stomach was hurting from laughing. After laughing wildly, Yun Zhankong said loudly, Lu Tunyuan, it seems that your Falling Star sect has no successor. Even your first disciple, Ma Ren, has been defeated. You actually let a mere 5-star martial saint disciple come out and make a fool of yourself. The funny thing is that you actually still have hope for him. Lu Tunyuan, I'm not mocking you. Although the Starfall sect is in the last place and you're feeling bad, I can understand that you're trying your best. However, if you want to send someone, you should send someone more decent. You even sent a 5-star martial saint out. Is your Starfall sect really so weak? If Yi Xing was a 6-star martial saint, Yun Zhankong might think that Yi Xing was a martial arts prodigy who had heaven-defying combat power and could challenge those of a higher level. In that case, he would pay attention to him and not look down on him. However, Yi Xing was only a 5-star martial saint, and his opponent was a 7-star martial saint. Was it possible for him to challenge those of a higher level? Even in the entire Qingyun region, It was rare for a genius to challenge those of a higher level to appear in a few hundred years. How could a disciple of the Starfall sect have such a genius? Yun Zhangkong did not believe it. Yun Zhangkong was also a genius, but he knew how rare it was for a genius with outstanding cultivation talent to be able to challenge those of a higher level. It was precisely because he didn't have the strength to jump ranks to battle, while Lu Tianyuan's strength could sweep through those of the same rank. Therefore, for several decades Yun Zhangkong, had always been suppressed by Lu Tianyuan, suffering defeat after defeat. Therefore, when he saw that Yixing was only a 5-star martial saint and that the Starfall sect had placed their hopes on Yixing, Yun Zhangkong could not help but laugh until his stomach hurt. Even the martial artists of the Spirit Moon sect shook their heads secretly. They did not think that the Starfall sect could turn the situation around with a 5-star martial saint disciple. Lu Tianyuan was angered by Yun Zhangkong's words. Although he had hope for Yixing, the hope was very slim. It was so slim that he did not have the confidence to argue with Yun Zhangkong. If he argued, what if Yixing lost? After the battle, wouldn't it give Yun Zhangkong another reason to humiliate him and the Starfall sect? The other people of the Starfall sect were the same. Although they had hope for Yixing, the hope was too slim. They did not have any confidence at all. Facing Yun Zhangkong's aggressiveness, they could only swallow their anger. However, this did not include Yixing. His cold gaze swept to the pavilion where the Flying Cloud sect was, and he shouted coldly, "Are you done laughing?" His tone was fierce and carried a sharp aura. It was extremely aggressive and caused everyone to be stunned. Yixing was only a 5-star martial saint, while Yun Zhangkong was a 2-star martial sage and the sect leader of the Flying Cloud sect. The two of them were worlds apart in terms of cultivation and identity. Logically speaking, Yixing should not speak to Yun Zhangkong in such a tone. Yixing did not care so much. Since you have come to my Starfall sect to slap my face, I don't care if you are a martial sage or the sect leader. Now that Yixing represented the Starfall sect, the stronger he was, the happier the Starfall sect would be. As for the Flying Cloud sect being unhappy, Yixing wanted them to be unhappy. Of course, this kind of strength also required strength. If one did not have strength, they would die miserably in the following battle. Yixing had full confidence in himself and was not afraid of the following battle. All the martial artists of the Flying Cloud sect were enraged. Yun Zhangkong's smile froze and his face turned serious. A junior disciple of the Starfall sect, a mere 5-star martial sage, dared to speak to him like this in front of everyone. This was outrageous. Yun Zhangkong's sharp gaze fell on Yixing and he said coldly, "A mere 5-star martial sage, how dare you?" Yixing was not affected by Yun Zhangkong's gaze at all. He was not oppressed by the aura of a martial sage. He directly interrupted Yun Zhangkong and said, "So what if I'm a 5-star martial sage? As the sect leader of a sect and a martial sage of the astral realm, are you so short-sighted? Don't you know that there are many talents in the world? Some are talented in cultivation and their cultivation is much higher than ordinary people. Some are talented in martial arts and their combat strength is much higher than ordinary people. Have you not seen or heard of a 5-star martial sage who can fight a 2-star martial sage?" Yixing's words caused Yun Zhangkong's face to change. He was short-sighted? A 5-star martial sage scolded him for being short-sighted? If these words were said by Lu Tianyuan, Yun Zhangkong could still tolerate it. However, being scolded by a 5-star martial sage junior made him unable to back down. He could not tolerate it. Yun Zhangkong was about to reprimand him when Yixing shouted coldly again, "You don't have the strength to fight those of a higher level. Do you think that the disciples of the Starfall sect are so mediocre?" Second update, seeking monthly votes. Chapter 269.No Strength to challenge those of a higher rank? Mediocre? Yixing's words hit Yun Zhangkong's sore spot. It was precisely because he did not have the strength to challenge those of a higher rank that Lu Tianyuan had suppressed him, since they were both 1-star heavenly fate realm cultivators. However, even so, who said that Yun Zhangkong was mediocre? Who dared to say that? However, at that moment, a 5-star martial saint of the younger generation actually said that Yun Zhangkong was mediocre in front of everyone. As the saying went, the best way to hit someone was to hit their face, and the best way to scold someone was to expose their shortcomings. Yun Zhangkong's current shortcomings were exposed by Yixing. This was also a shortcoming that he had always wanted to hide and not admit in his heart. Now that it was exposed by Yixing, the anger in his heart could be imagined. The blood in his body was boiling. Even though Yun Zhangkong was a 2-star martial sage, he could not suppress the boiling blood and almost spat it out. You dare to say that I'm mediocre? Yun Zhangkong's eyes were red as he stared at Yixing and said word by word. Yixing's eyes were clear and his aura was as heavy as a mountain. He said, "If not for your lack of knowledge, why would you mock me like this? If not for your mediocre strength, why wouldn't you believe that a 5-star martial sage can challenge a 7-star martial sage? If you're not mediocre, what are you?" Yun Zhangkong, your strength is indeed mediocre. Lu Tianyuan finally found a chance to fight back against Yun Zhangkong. How could he miss it? He said coldly, Yixing is right. Don't look down on the martial artists in the world just because your strength is mediocre. Yixing said that Yun Zhangkong's strength was mediocre, but that was just empty talk. However, Lu Tianyuan had defeated Yun Zhangkong many times, which had a practical meaning. It was undoubtedly a slap to Yun Zhangkong's face. Puff! Yun Zhangkong had already been provoked by Yixing, and his blood was boiling. He almost spat out blood, but he suppressed it. Now that Lu Tianyuan had added fuel to the fire, Yun Zhangkong could no longer control his blood and spat out a mouthful of blood. A dignified 2 stars enlightened master vomited blood because of someone's tone. This was truly a strange story. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. For example, Lu Tianyuan's anger wasn't any lighter than Yun Zhangkong's, but he still restrained himself. The reason why Yun Zhangkong was so angry that he vomited blood was related to the demonic barrier in his heart. People who practiced martial arts were most afraid of having a demonic barrier in their heart. If their qi wasn't flowing smoothly, their blood wouldn't flow well. If it accumulated for a long time, it would develop into a mental illness. Yun Zhan's inner demons had long accumulated into a mental illness. Therefore, his emotions would be magnified infinitely. When he was happy, he would laugh with pride and arrogance. When he was angry, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Master! The first disciple, Yun Feng, who was standing behind Yun Zhangkong, was shocked to see Yun Zhangkong spit out blood. He took a step forward and came to Yun Zhangkong's side. Yun Feng glanced at Yixing who was in the ring, revealing a bone-chilling coldness. Yun Zhangkong waved his hand and stopped Yun Feng from helping him up. He stared fiercely at Yixing who was in the ring and said through gritted teeth, Yun Bin, don't hold back. Teach him a lesson. On the arena, Yun Bin's expression was gloomy to the extreme. He'd accumulated a bellyful of rage towards Yixing since long ago, causing his body to reveal a terrifying baleful aura, and he'd completely lost his graceful image from before. Don't worry, sect leader. He dares to speak rudely to you. I'll tear his mouth apart and give him an unforgettable memory. Yun Bin shouted. His aura surged and the crimson gold fire fan in his hand was spitting out flames as he prepared for a terrifying attack. However, although Yun Bin was constantly increasing his aura and strength, he didn't take any precautions against Yixing. He looked down on Yixing from the bottom of his heart and appeared to be very casual. It was as though he could easily defeat Yixing. Yixing raised his hand and the purple feather spear appeared in his hand. He glanced at Yun Bin indifferently and spat out 2 words, idiot. Yixing dared to enter the ring and the people of Meteor Sect had high hopes for him. This meant that he wasn't weak. Moreover, Yixing dared to contradict Yun Zhangkong. This meant that he was very confident and had great confidence in defeating Yun Bin. If Yixing couldn't even defeat Yun Bin, wouldn't he be an idiot if he said those bold words just now? Yun Bin looked down on Yixing naturally. He saw Yixing as an idiot. In that case, in Yixing's eyes, Yun Bin was really an idiot. Whoosh! As soon as Yixing finished his words, he made the first move and stabbed out with his spear. Dark Spirit Spear Skill, Spiritual Flash. How fast was the Dark Spirit Spear skill at the Great Achievement Realm? How powerful was it? Almost as soon as Yixing raised his spear and stabbed out, a dark spear radiance burst out. In an instant, it was already in front of Yun Bin. This spear contained the power of darkness. When the dark spear radiance stabbed out, Yun Bin was also affected by the power of darkness. His vision suddenly turned black. However, the sharp aura penetrated his skin and he could feel it clearly. If Yun Bin was facing a great enemy and was extremely alert, he might have had some hope of blocking this spear attack from Yixing. However, he looked down on Yixing and thought that he could react to Yixing's attack at any time. However, when Yixing really stabbed out with his spear, he realized that it was already too late. A moment ago, he still saw the cold radiance at the tip of the spear. In the next moment, he fell into darkness. Moreover, the sharp aura penetrated his skin and flesh, causing his soul to tremble. In an instant, Yun Bin was in a desperate situation. A strong sense of fear and helplessness arose in his heart. However, Yixing was a 7-star martial saint who could be conferred the title of Marquis. Although Yun Bin was frightened and helpless, he still instinctively resisted. Whoosh! The crimson gold fire fan in Yun Bin's hand suddenly opened and a bright red radiance shone. At this moment, Yun Bin's vision turned black and he lost the precise position of the spear tip. However, his body could sense where the aura was the sharpest. The crimson gold fire fan in his hand fiercely fanned in that direction. Whoosh! The crimson gold fire fan brought out endless red radiance and blazing flames. It was like a wall of fire on the shore. However, Yixing's spiritual flash was extremely fast. Even though Yun Bin's reaction was extremely fast, he was still the first to be unprepared. By the time Yixing's spear tip was in front of him, it was already too late. Before the crimson gold fire fan could block the spear tip, the dark spear light penetrated the wall of fire and heavily hit Yun Bin's body. Yun Bin's celestial essence defense could not withstand the penetration of the sharp spear light. In an instant, it was penetrated. The hit area instantly tore his clothes and his skin was bruised. Although the sharp spear light could not break Yun Bin's skin, a lot of the sharp aura penetrated the skin and killed into Yun Bin's body. A sharp pain came. However, the more terrible thing was still to come. Although the purple feather spear was behind the dark spear light, it stabbed almost at the same time. Yun Bin had just felt the sharp pain caused by the spear light in his body when the tip of the purple feather spear had already pierced his body. The purple feather spear was a spirit weapon. The tip of the spear was very sharp. It was not at the same level as the dark spear light. It easily broke Yun Bin's skin and pierced into his flesh. Clang! Only then did the crimson gold fire fan in Yun Bin's hand hit the purple feather spear, making a crisp sound. The purple feather spear suddenly shook and was pushed to the side by the force of the crimson gold fire fan. At this moment, half of the tip of the spear had pierced into Yun Bin's body. Although the conflict between the two sides was sharp, the Falling Star sect and the Flying Cloud sect were allies. Yixing naturally would not kill Yun Bin. A shallow hole was enough. The tip of the spear had pierced halfway and had to be pulled back. However, after being hit by the crimson gold fire fan, the tip of the spear moved in Yun Bin's body. With a swoosh, a large wound was cut open. In an instant, blood gushed out. Yun Bin's body was also pushed to the side by the force of the tip of the spear. With one spear, Yun Bin was defeated. Moreover, because he had not used the fan at the right time, he had been seriously injured. Yun Bin fell more than 10 meters away. The intense pain made him sweat profusely. His face was pale. He hurriedly pressed the acupuncture points on the wound to stop the bleeding and swallowed a healing elixir. Yixing held the purple feather spear in one hand and stamped it to the side. With a bang, everyone's gaze shifted from the injured Yun Bin to him. Yixing's gaze swept toward the pavilion where the Flying Cloud sect was and said, "The 7-star martial saint of the Flying Cloud sect is only SOSO." At this moment, Yixing's black hair was flying. His aura was fierce. The power of the spear that had seriously injured Yun Bin was still there. When he spoke, it was shocking. When the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect heard this, their hearts trembled. The face of the Flying Cloud sect's leader, Yun Zhangkong, was as black as the bottom of a pot. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 270. Yun Zhangkong was not the only one in disbelief. All the martial artists of Flying Cloud sect and Spirit Moon sect were in disbelief. Even the martial artists of Wo were hoping for Yi Xing to defeat Yun Zhangkong, found it hard to believe. This was because Yi Xing had won too quickly. One move. Just one move. A 5-star martial saint had severely injured a 7-star martial saint. This was too shocking. Crossing 2 realms to defeat an opponent in one move, this was not on the same level as crossing 2 realms to challenge. There was a fundamental difference. Crossing 2 realms to challenge meant that one had the strength to fight with an opponent 2 realms higher. However, having the strength to fight did not mean that one could defeat the opponent. One might even be defeated by the opponent. Therefore, crossing 2 realms to challenge meant that one's strength was equivalent to a martial artist 2 realms higher than the opponent. Crossing 2 realms to challenge was already a legend. In the entire Qingyun region, it was hard to find one in a few hundred years. However, Yi Xing had defeated an opponent 2 realms higher than him in one move. This made people feel like they were in a dream, and it was somewhat unreal. Good. Lu Tianyuan was also deeply shocked. He did not expect Yi Xing to defeat Yun Bin so quickly. When he came back to his senses, he shouted excitedly. The martial artists of Falling Star sect also cheered excitedly. The core disciples looked at Yi Xing with a change in their eyes. Most of them revealed looks of worship. In the Falling Star secret land, Yi Xing had defeated Qi Jingyang and Li Yuanqing. The core disciples looked at him with respect and fear. They kept a respectful distance from him. However, worship was different. It was heartfelt admiration, and they were proud of Yi Xing. To make people respect, one only needed to be strong. To make people worship, one needed to be admired. One had to do things that others wanted to do but could not think of. To contribute to the sect, to protect the sect's honor, to defeat a 7-star martial saint disciple of Flying Cloud sect. This was obviously something that the disciples of Falling Star sect wanted to do but could not do. However, Yi Xing had done it. At this moment, Yi Xing had obviously completed the transformation from respect to worship. On the pavilion of Spirit Moon sect. The sect master of the Spirit Moon sect, Leng Xingyue, looked at Yi Xing with a deep gaze. The Falling Star Martial School has a good seedling. They have a lot of geniuses with great cultivation talent, but only a few with great martial arts talent. Such a character is hard to come by in the Blue Cloud region even in 1,000 years. If he becomes a sage in the future, he will definitely be one of the top warriors in the Blue Cloud region. With such a character, the Falling Star Martial School will definitely prosper in the future. Under the leadership of Yun Zhangkong, the Flying Cloud Martial School is getting more and more out of hand, and the conflict between them and the Falling Star Martial School is getting bigger and bigger. It seems like we have to maintain our distance with the Flying Cloud Martial School and strengthen our relationship with them. Enlightened Master Yen Yue nodded and said, "A generation of geniuses is an era. Unfortunately, our Spirit Moon sect had even more monstrous geniuses, but unfortunately, we couldn't handle it." Enlightened Master Yen Yue naturally thought of Wei Qingxian. Not only did Wei Qingxian have the ability to challenge those above his level, his cultivation talent was even more terrifying. The most conservative estimate was that he would be at the peak of the Enlightened Master realm, or even the Honorable realm. His future achievements were unimaginable. Although there weren't many geniuses who could challenge those above their level, and they were relatively more outstanding than those with outstanding cultivation talent, once one's cultivation talent reached a certain level, many geniuses would be left in the dust. After all, it was already shocking for a genius to be able to challenge those above their level by 1 level. 2 levels were too rare, and 3 levels were only a legend. What if there was a difference of 4 or 5 levels? No matter how heaven-defying a genius was, it was impossible to challenge those above their level without limit. Therefore, once the gap in cultivation reached an irreversible level, any challenge above one's level would be useless. Because of this, Wei Qingxuan's talent was terrifying. Not only was he monstrous in cultivation, he could also challenge those above his level. With these two advantages, if he became a peak enlightened master in the future, he would be invincible below the honorable realm. If he became an honorable, he would become a powerhouse even among honorables. Lung Xingyue patted enlightened Master Yenyue's shoulder and said, "Junior sister Yenyue, it's your disciple's fortune to be chosen by a king. When she succeeds in cultivation in the future, she will become an earth-shattering character. As long as she remembers you as her master and the Spirit Moon sect, the sect will receive unimaginable benefits. As long as she's a sentimental person, it won't be a problem whether she cultivates in the sect or not." It wasn't a secret that King Lanqin left his name outside the Spirit Moon sect and enlightened Master Yenyue's disciple being taken away by a king. While Lung Xingyue and enlightened Master Yenyue were secretly discussing Yixing, Hua Tianshu murmured to herself, "This child's battle talent is indeed shocking. If I can make him my own, he'll be a sharp blade. Unfortunately, it'll be difficult to make him submit." Difficult. Yun Zhangkong reacted from the shock of disbelief. He looked at the severely injured Yun Bin and recalled that Yi Xing said his strength was mediocre. It was particularly jarring. Yun Zhangkong's anger instantly burned, and he was so angry that he lost his mind. He clapped his hands and said angrily, "What a vicious little thief! How dare you do this? Do you want to take my life?" Earlier, Ma Ren, the disciple of the Fallen Star sect, was also seriously injured by Yun Bin, but Lu Tianyuan did not say anything. Now that Yun Bin was injured, Yun Zhangkong made things difficult. It was obvious that he was pestering endlessly and had lost his mind. As expected, Lu Tianyuan snorted coldly and said, "In a martial artist competition, swords and sabers have no eyes, so injuries are inevitable. Yun Zhangkong, are your Flying Cloud sect's disciples allowed to injure my Falling Star sect's disciples? But my Falling Star sect's disciples aren't allowed to fight back?" Yun Zhangkong was being unreasonable, and he was speechless after Lu Tianyuan said that. This was then Lu Tianyuan's strength was stronger than Yun Zhangkong's. In the battle between Yun Bin and Ma Ren, Yun Bin could have defeated Ma Ren without using too much strength, but Yun Bin did, causing Ma Ren to be severely injured. Lu Tianyuan did not pressure Yun Zhangkong because of their relationship, but now that Yun Zhangkong dared to bully others with his strength, he was simply looking for trouble. Lu Tianyuan was extremely pleased. Yi Xing's victory had filled him with confidence. He sneered. And said, "Yun Zhangkong, if you're afraid that your disciples will be defeated and injured, why did you let them fight? There's still one left, you should treasure him well and just admit defeat." Yun Zhangkong deliberately concealed Yun Feng's strength. Lu Tianyuan's words were full of sarcasm when he asked Yun Zhangkong to treasure Yun Feng well. "Who said I can't afford to lose?" Yun Zhangkong snorted and shouted, "Yun Feng, go up. Remember to return a big gift to the Falling Star sect." Previously, Yun Zhangkong's words revealed the confidence that the Flying Cloud sect would take first place. It could be seen that Yun Feng's strength was only stronger than a peak 7-star martial saint. Otherwise, Yun Zhangkong would not have said such bold words if Yun Feng could not defeat the Spirit Moon sect's first disciple, Mo Shilan, who was a peak 7-star martial saint. The truth was so. Yun Feng was a martial arts genius. His comprehension was outstanding, and his martial arts attainments were far superior to martial artists of the same realm. Although he had just become a 7-star martial saint, his strength was almost invincible in the same realm. Below 8-star martial saints, there were few who could compete with him. In the Flying Cloud sect, Yun Feng had defeated peak 7-star martial saints several times in secret battles. Therefore, Yun Zhangkong was so sure that the Flying Cloud sect would take first place in this gathering of the 3 sections. Yun Feng's figure flashed and went up the arena. He was 2 years younger than Yun Bin. He was only 22 this year. A 7-star martial saint at 22 years old, and his combat strength was the best in the same realm. He could indeed be called a genius. At this moment, Yun Bin had already stood up. The effect of the healing spiritual medicine was remarkable. The wound on his chest had already healed completely, forming a scar. In a few days, it would be completely healed. Senior brother, avenge me, Yunbin said to Yunfeng after standing up. Yunfeng nodded and said, don't worry. I will pay him back double for what he gave you. Good. Yunbin shouted in a low voice. Then he looked at Yixing coldly. After a soft snort, he returned to the pavilion where the flying cloud sect was. Yunfeng raised his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The sword was 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide. It looked very slender, shining with a cold light and revealing an extremely sharp aura. Yunfeng caressed the body of the sword as if he was caressing a lover. With a proud look on his face, he looked at Yixing and said, this sword is called Taifeng, a middle-grade spiritual weapon. In my hands, it has drunk the blood of 66 people, including 18 marquises. Among them, 3 were peak 7-star martial saints. You will be the 67th person. Chapter 271. The Taifeng sword shone brightly with a sharp aura. Obviously, it was a rare good sword. What was more terrifying was that this sword had drunk the blood of 18 marquises, including the blood of 3 peak 7-star martial saints. Yunfeng's words were frightening. Most of the younger disciples of the 3 major sects felt their hearts skip a beat upon hearing this. Even the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect only knew today that Yunfeng was the real eldest disciple. Now, they knew that Yunfeng's strength was actually so terrifying. The Taifeng sword had drunk the blood of 3 peak 7-star martial saints, which meant that Yunfeng had defeated 3 peak 7-star martial saints. No wonder Yun Zhangkong thought that the Flying Cloud sect would definitely take first place. They did have something to rely on. Yixing looked at the arrogant Yunfeng and chuckled. He said, I really don't know where your arrogance comes from. Is a weapon that has drunk the blood of many people considered powerful? As he spoke, Yixing thrust the purple feather spear in his hand forward and pointed it at Yunfeng. He continued, this spear is called Purple Feather, a low-grade spiritual weapon. When I first became a martial saint, I obtained it from the first inner disciple of the Dongfu sect. I don't know how many people it has drunk the blood of, but most of the blood it has drunk is from people whose cultivation is at least 1 level higher than mine. The purple feather spear was covered with engravings. It no longer shone brightly like when it had just been in Yixing's hand. It did not look as threatening as Yunfeng's Taifeng sword. However, the carvings on the purple feather spear all came from the attacks of middle-grade spirit weapons. This meant that Yixing had used the purple feather spear, a low-grade spirit weapon, to fight against many experts who had middle-grade spirit weapons. However, he had never been defeated. Although the purple feather spear was covered with engravings, it had drunk the blood of experts who had middle-grade spiritual weapons. However, Yixing's blood had never been drunk by a middle-grade spiritual weapon. Yixing's words shocked everyone even more. Under the purple feather spear, he had defeated and killed many opponents whose cultivation was higher than his. Yunfeng was a genius that only appeared once every few hundred years in the Flying Cloud sect. Not only did he have a 2-star yellow fate cultivation talent, but he was also a martial arts genius. His cultivation talent was better than his master, Yun Zhangkong's. His martial arts talent was even harder for Yun Zhangkong to catch up. However, he was such a genius of a generation, but in the Flying Cloud sect, he had to hide his strength and not let outsiders know. In the eyes of outsiders, he had always been suppressed by the eldest disciple, Yun Bin. No one knew that he was the true eldest disciple, the true genius. Yunfeng felt very aggrieved because she couldn't get the admiration of others. Today, Yunfeng finally tore off her disguise and showed her genius face to the public. Of course, she was extremely proud. Unfortunately, this pride of his was not even worth mentioning in front of Yixing. He did not receive even the slightest bit of admiration from Yixing. Instead, it was mercilessly shattered. Where does my pride come from? Yunfeng's face turned pale, but he recovered immediately. Raising his head slightly, he said, I am Tian Ming, a 2-star sage. My real age is actually 21 years old, and I only turned 21 3 days ago. This means that I became a 7-star martial saint at the age of 20, and I have invincible battle strength in the same realm. How many people in the world can compare to me? Many people gasped. Even Yun Feng's age was fake. His real age was actually 1 year younger than what outsiders knew. Tian Ming, a 2-star sage, had become a 7-star martial saint before the age of 21, and his strength was invincible in the same realm. What kind of potential did he have? He would definitely have amazing achievements in the future. It was inevitable that he would become a 2-star sage, and there was a great chance that he would become a 3-star sage. In addition to his talent in martial arts, his strength was absolutely terrifying. Compared to Yun Feng, the eldest disciple of the spiritual moon sect, Mo Shilon, was inferior. They were not on the same level. With his qualifications, he could indeed hold his head high and be proud among the disciples of the 3 sections. However, he was an exception in front of Yi Xing, not to mention Yun Feng saying that there were not many people in the world who could compare to him. This was simply arrogant. That's it? Is it that great? Yi Xing said lightly, his voice full of disdain. I'm 17 years old this year, a 5-star martial saint, and I have the battle record of defeating a 7-star martial saint with 1 move. Tian Ming, I'm not as good as you. I'm also younger than you. However, in terms of strength, you have no advantage in front of me. If you were 17 years old, I could crush you with 1 finger today. What right do you have to be proud of? A 17-year-old 5-star martial saint with the battle record of defeating a 7-star martial saint with 1 move. Compared to Yun Feng, it was indeed more shocking. Everyone knew about Yi Xing's information, but no one thought about it. Now that Yi Xing said it, everyone realized how monstrous Yi Xing was. To be able to defeat a 7-star martial saint at the age of 17, this was a true genius. In the entire Qingyun region, it was rare to see such a person in 1,000 years. Compared to Yi Xing, Yun Feng was like a bright star next to the moon. He was overshadowed all of a sudden. Yun Feng's breathing suddenly quickened, and his chest heaved up and down. The genius that he was proud of was finally displayed in front of everyone today. When he was supposed to enjoy everyone's exclamations and praises, he was trampled on by Yi Xing. His pride was crushed into pieces. Yun Feng couldn't stand it. However, before Yun Feng could speak, Yi Xing continued to reprimand him. Today is only the gathering of the 3 sections. In front of me, Yi Xing, you're so mediocre. If you look at the entire Qingyun region, among the disciples of the top 10 sects, how many geniuses are there? What do you think you're ranked? The Qingyun region is only a small area in the true Xian domain. Compared to the entire Starland, the true Xian domain is only the tip of the iceberg. The world is so big and there are so many geniuses. In the Qingyun region, even if you're not outstanding in the true Xian domain, you're not even worth mentioning. In the whole world, even I don't dare to say that there are many people who can be compared to you. Yun Feng, what right do you have to say that? How ignorant and arrogant are you? It's ridiculous. Facing Yi Xing's reprimand, Yun Feng's belief collapsed continuously. His aura collapsed, and his face became paler and paler. Yi Xing took a step forward, and his powerful aura pressed down. He shouted fiercely, "Tell me, where does your pride come from?" Thud, thud, thud. Yun Feng took 3 steps back. On the 3 pavilions, the warriors of the 3 sects were all stunned. Just from his words, Yi Xing actually collapsed Yun Feng's fighting belief, causing his aura to drop greatly. Humph! Yun Zhankong snorted angrily, and it was like a clap of thunder that shocked Yun Feng. Yun Zhankong said, "Nothing is important. The result now is the most important. The strength in front of you is the most powerful strength. What does he have to be afraid of?" Yun Feng reacted instantly. That's right. What's there to be afraid of about Yi Xing? So what if he has the battle record of defeating a 7-star martial saint at the age of 17? So what if he has amazing potential? All of these are not important. The most important thing is the result of the battle. The strength in front of you is the most powerful strength. Without the present, what future is there? Yun Feng was enlightened by Yun Zhankong, and his belief was immediately firm. However, he had suffered a great setback from Yi Xing's words just now. His current aura was no longer the same as when Yunfeng was on the stage. That's right. The result now is the most important. The strength in front of you is the most powerful. I will use my true strength now to crush your arrogant pride. Yi Xing shouted. He took big strides like a meteor and rushed towards Yunfeng. The purple feather spear suddenly pierced out a dark spear radiance. Dark Spirit Spear Technique, Spiritual Flash. Yun Bin, the disciple of the Flying Cloud clan, was defeated by this move of Yi Xing's. The spear radiance pierced through the air. It was as fast as a flowing light and arrived in front of Yunfeng instantly. However, Yunfeng was not Yun Bin. Although he was arrogant, he was not like Yun Bin, who did not take Yi Xing seriously. He was always paying attention to Yi Xing's every move. The sun rises from the east, sword of the rising sun. Yunfeng shouted softly. The Tai Feng sword in his hand gave off a dazzling radiance. In an instant, the sword pierced out like the rising sun. It was unstoppable and had a magnificent momentum that could illuminate the world. This sword contained the momentum of heaven and earth. The momentum of the sword was shocking. Yunfeng had already comprehended this momentum of heaven and earth to an extremely profound level. No wonder there were few opponents of the same level who could match him. The purple feather spear was blocked and another thin notch appeared on the tip of the spear. When a low-class spiritual weapon collided with a middle-class spiritual weapon, it was obviously the side that was at a disadvantage. Undercurrent surging. Yi Xing's eyes focused. Yunfeng's strength was indeed not something that Yun Bin could compare with. He used 100% of his energy and attacked with all his might. Sun in the sky. Yunfeng shouted softly. He jumped up and slashed down with the Tai Feng sword. The radiance was dazzling like the sun in the sky, illuminating the surroundings. The momentum of the sword was even stronger. Chapter 272. When this attack came, the temperature became hot and it contained the power of fire. The power of fire and the power of the rising and setting sun. Yunfeng's attack contained two powers of heaven and earth. Among the 7-star martial saints in the same realm, there were very few who could block this attack. Even a peak 7-star martial saint would be in danger when facing this attack. The sun in the sky tore the darkness apart. Yi Xing's attack was broken by Yunfeng again. Moreover, the dazzling sword light attacked Yi Xing dark spear screen. Yi Xing attacked with his spear like rain. The surrounding area was airtight. The power of darkness shrouded the area. The area within a 1-foot radius turned pitch black. Layers of spear shadows were faintly discernible. Yi Xing's dark spirit spear art had reached the large success stage. Every move and style of Yi Xing's dark spirit spear art was completely natural. The dark spirit spear screen was impenetrable. All the sword light was blocked by the dark spear screen and bounced back. On the 3 pavilions, all the martial artists watched the battle intently. Their eyes were filled with shock. Yunfeng's performance was too terrifying. The power of his sword was shocking. The power of his sword was invincible. Some of the older 7-star martial saints looked at the battle in the arena. Their eyes were full of fear. They put themselves in Yi Xing's shoes and realized that if they did not use the power of astrology, they would definitely not be able to block Yunfeng's terrifying attack. However, the great sun in the sky was so powerful and the attack was so terrifying. However, Yi Xing blocked all of it. The power of this 5-star martial saint was shocking. Dark Spirit Spear. A cold shout came from the dark spear screen. Yi Xing used his ultimate move to counterattack. The force of darkness, the force of fire, and the force of wind, the 3 forces of heaven and earth were all contained in this ultimate move. Yi Xing's strength exploded to the limit. Boom! The dark spear screen was instantly retracted. It turned into a terrifying dark spear shadow and blasted towards Yunfeng. The wind was whistling and the ground was shaking. The airflow was like a blade, tearing the void apart. Under this spear, everything in the world was covered with a layer of murderous intent. Even the air had become a terrifying killing move. The power of such a terrifying spear was fully unleashed. How terrifying was that? It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. It was unstoppable. The sword light in front of it was shattered in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the dark light of the spear collided with the opponent's sword. The purple feather spear pierced through the air like lightning. Under the cover of the dark light of the spear, it pierced towards Yun Feng's throat. Dusk sword. The Tai Feng sword in Yun Feng's hand was as fast as lightning. He also stabbed out. There was an extra aura of dusk in the sword. Yun Feng had mastered the day transformation sword technique, a middle-level spiritual martial force. Each of his moves had a corresponding force of nature. When he performed them, they were as smooth as flowing water. Ding! The purple feather spear and the Tai Feng sword instantly clashed. The tip of the spear and the tip of the sword clashed against each other, producing a crisp sound. Boom! The terrifying collision of star essence sounded like the explosion of a cannonball. From the point where the tip of the spear and the tip of the sword were facing each other, the violent airflow instantly surged in all directions. A circle of horrifying ripples rapidly expanded in the void. In the surging airflow, the two figures shot backward at the same time. They were knocked back by that horrifying power. Yi Xing only flew back a dozen meters. He stepped on the ground and steadied his body after taking 3 steps back. Yun Feng, on the other hand, flew back a dozen meters in an instant. He took another 8 or 9 steps back before he stopped. He had almost retreated to the edge of the arena. The collision between the two just now was equally powerful. However, Yi Xing's body had been transformed by the Jade Star Elixir. He was far more powerful than other martial saints. Therefore, Yi Xing's situation seemed to be much better than Yun Feng's after receiving the same recoil. On the 3 pavilions, the martial artists of the Falling Star sect finally showed a trace of joy. It seemed that Yi Xing had retreated less and had a slight upper hand. However, the martial artists of the Flying Cloud sect all frowned. Yun Zhangkong in particular frowned. He was both shocked and angry. He knew Yun Feng's strength very well. Especially when he used the Sword of Dusk, even a peak 7-star martial saint could not resist it. Even so, he still could not gain the upper hand. Yi Xing's strength was really horrifying. Your strength is really good. You are qualified to fight with me. You deserve my full strength. Yun Feng looked serious. His eyes revealed a shocking fighting spirit. His sword momentum was getting stronger and stronger. In the void around him, the invisible sword chi was swimming, almost forming an illusory sword shadow. It pierced the sky and pierced a big hole in the airflow above. Yun Feng was originally a powerhouse. After a fierce fight, the momentum that was broken by Yi Xing's words had been condensed again. The sword momentum was shocking and unstoppable. Yi Xing stood with his spear. He had the sharpness of the sword momentum, which broke the void. He also had the dominance of the saber momentum, which was as dignified as a mountain. The spear was the saint of weapons. It had the combined momentum of the sharpness of the sword and the dominance of the saber. At this moment, Yi Xing's momentum was not inferior to Yun Feng's. However, it had an additional weight and dominance. He sneered and said disdainfully, "This is only the qualification to fight with you? Is your ridiculous pride back again?" Yun Feng was no longer moved by Yi Xing's words. His eyes gradually became sharper, revealing a sharp light. He raised the Tai Feng sword and the sharp sword momentum accumulated to the strongest point. "I will let you know the real attack power of a swordsman." Yun Feng's voice was calm and his expression was cold. He was completely integrated into the sword momentum. He was like a sharp sword, revealing a sharpness. Dusk is late, everything returns to silence. Take my sword, sword of silence. There was no more light in Yun Feng's eyes. There was no more emotion in his voice. He stabbed out with the Tai Feng sword. There was no dazzling color or glamorous sword glow. It was just a normal sword, a normal sword. However, this sword brought with it an endless aura of death. It was like dusk was late, everything returned to silence. The sword of silence could also be called the sword of death. It was an extremely ferocious and powerful sword technique. When the sword stabbed over, Yi Xing's heart tightened. He had a feeling that he could not figure it out and that he could not block it. The aura of death enveloped him. Yi Xing's back was immediately covered in a layer of cold sweat. His hair stood on end. This sword was extremely ferocious, extremely powerful, extremely horrifying. Super brain. His opponent did not use astrology. Of course, Yi Xing would not forcefully defend himself with the power of astrology. Instead, he turned on his super brain to scan and find the flaws in his opponent's attack. This sword of silence was perfect. However, his opponent's skill was not perfect. Although there were no flaws, there was a weakness. The weakness was that this sword was too slow. Dusk is late, everything returns to silence. It was not something that happened in an instant. It needed some time. This attack was about momentum, not speed. Right now, Yunfeng's momentum was not perfect, so his speed naturally could not reach the limit of this attack. A flash of light. Yi Xing gave up on using his unique skill, the Dark Spirit Spear, to clash head-on. Instead, he used a flash of light and maximized his speed. The force of darkness and the force of wind were contained in this move, causing it to be even more powerful and faster. It was like a flickering black light. At that moment, a crack appeared in the momentum of death that returned to silence because of Yi Xing's spear. The dark spear glow charged towards Yunfeng like a flash of light. This spear was several times faster than Yunfeng's sword. Even though it was launched later, it arrived first. If Yunfeng continued to stab forward, he would be pierced through by this spear before he could kill Yi Xing first. Whoosh! Yunfeng withdrew his sword immediately. He became one with the sword and his entire body flashed like a flash of sword light. He increased his speed to the limit and dodged Yi Xing's spear at the critical moment. However, a few strands of hair fell from the sky. In the distance, Yunfeng stood still. His hair was messy. Even though he dodged the spear, he looked extremely embarrassed. Yi Xing's voice came coldly. "Is this what you meant when you said that I'm qualified to fight with you? I thought your ultimate ability would be very powerful. Unfortunately, I'm so disappointed. You're not qualified to fight with me." As he spoke, Yi Xing pointed his purple feather spear at Yunfeng. He walked towards Yunfeng step by step. The wind whistled around Yi Xing. The airflow was like a blade, cutting through the air continuously. The momentum of the spear was so strong that it became more terrifying with every step he took. Above Yi Xing, there was an illusionary spear that pierced through layers of airflow and the sky. The clouds above all retreated in all directions. Its momentum was so powerful that it shocked the world and shocked everyone. Second update. I update 4 times a day, but the monthly votes are getting less and less day by day. It's the end of the month. Brothers, where are your monthly votes? It's not easy to maintain 4 times a day. I'm exhausted, but I'll work hard. Even if it's midnight today, I'll still finish 4 times a day. I'm begging for a monthly vote. Chapter 273. Yunfeng's face flushed. He was already furious and his eyes immediately turned red. "What did you say? I'm not qualified?" Yunfeng's voice seemed to be squeezed out word by word from between her teeth as her shoulders shook violently. What kind of person was he? He was a genius of the Flying Cloud sect. Although he was arrogant, he also admitted that Yi Xing had the qualifications to fight with him. However, from Yi Xing's mouth, he said that he was not qualified to fight with him. This was simply crushing his dignity. Yunfeng said coldly, "You just have a slight advantage. If we continue to fight, I won't be able to defeat you and you won't be able to defeat me either. There's a 90% chance that we'll end up in a tie, but you said that I'm not qualified. What makes you so arrogant?" Everyone didn't understand why Yi Xing said Yunfeng wasn't qualified to fight with him. To them, what Yunfeng said was true. Even though Yi Xing's combat ability was unbelievable and shocking, he only had the upper hand in the battle with Yunfeng and Yunfeng hadn't been injured yet. Both of them had yet to use their astrology, but since there was no substantial difference in their strength, unless there was a great disparity in the level of their astrology, it would be difficult to determine the winner. Yi Xing looked at Yunfeng with a faint smile. Do you really think you haven't lost? Looking at Yi Xing's expression, Yun Feng suddenly had a bad feeling. Immediately after, he felt a slight tingling sensation on his neck. This feeling was very, very light. It was so light that he couldn't feel it at first. Only now did he feel it a little. At this moment, a series of gasps sounded from the Falling Star Sect and Spirit Moon Sect's pavilions. The pavilion of the Flying Cloud clan was behind Yun Feng. They couldn't see that a thin line of blood suddenly appeared on Yun Feng's neck. This line of blood was not there at first, or it could be said that it was barely noticeable. However, as the blood seeped in bit by bit, it gradually became obvious. Yun Feng reached out and wiped his neck. When he saw the blood on his hand, his expression turned into horror immediately and he screamed, "That's impossible!" Yun Feng's heart was trembling and a strong sense of fear gushed out of her. Looking at the blood on her hand, she couldn't believe it. Although there wasn't much blood, it came from his neck. This meant that Yi Xing had injured him. He could not believe that he had dodged Yi Xing's attack. He had clearly dodged Yi Xing's attack, so how could he be injured? Furthermore, the wound was on his neck, at his throat? The throat was a vital part of a person. If it was cut open, the person would definitely die. Even the healing panacea wouldn't be able to save him. Thinking that his neck was cut open by Yi Xing and he didn't even notice it at the beginning, Yun Feng suddenly had a creepy feeling of fear. The martial artists of the Flying Cloud sect were still surprised about how Yun Feng was injured. The disciples of the Falling Star sect and the Spiritual Moon sect were also confused because of this. However, the Astral Realm Enlightened Masters of the Falling Star sect and the Spirit Moon sect were deeply shocked at this moment. They looked at each other with doubt in their eyes. This can't be, right? However, although they had this doubt, only that answer could explain it. You think you dodged my attack? Ah, if I wanted to kill you, your head would be long gone by now. If it was a battle of life and death, you would be killed by my attack with your strongest attack. Tell me, what right do you have to fight with me? Yi Xing stopped more than 10 meters in front of Yun Feng. His powerful aura pressed down like a boundless mountain as he shouted coldly. Hearing this, the three enlightened masters of the Spiritual Moon sect's pupils dilated instantly, revealing deep shock. The three enlightened masters of the Falling Star sect were the same, especially Lu Tianyuan. There was indescribable joy in his shock. His heart was thumping and he stood up immediately. Lu Tianyuan exclaimed in shock, "Nuance! Nuance to the smallest detail. Yi Xing, you've comprehended some kind of momentum of heaven and earth to the realm of nuance, and you've stepped into the initial success of momentum?" The momentum of heaven and earth wasn't just about the strength of momentum. It wasn't that the stronger the momentum, the more powerful it was. Instead, it was divided into 3 levels. The first level was purely about the strength of momentum. The stronger the momentum, the greater the power. The second level was when one's comprehension of the momentum of heaven and earth reached a certain level. One could precisely control the momentum of heaven and earth, turning it big or small. It looked inconspicuous and undetectable, but it could be an extremely terrifying attack. This was the initial success of momentum, also known as the realm of nuance. The third level was when one's comprehension of the momentum of heaven and earth reached the peak. Not only could one precisely control the momentum of heaven and earth, but one could also merge with the momentum. In this level, one's body was the momentum of heaven and earth. With a raise of one's hand, one could move mountains and fill seas, and turn heaven and earth upside down. It was already close to the realm of Tao. This was the great success of momentum, known as the unity of heaven and man. The momentum of heaven and earth was extremely difficult to comprehend. In the martial sage realm, most people could only comprehend one kind of momentum of heaven and earth. Those who could comprehend 2 or more were geniuses. And to comprehend the momentum of heaven and earth to the initial success, also known as the realm of nuance. Normally, only sages or high-level enlightened masters could easily achieve this. Below the 7 stars enlightened masters, those who could comprehend the momentum of heaven and earth to the realm of nuance were geniuses who surpassed ordinary martial artists. In the entire Qingyun region, the strongest martial artist was only a 6 stars enlightened master. In the true Xian region, only the 9 great sects had sages above 6 stars enlightened masters. One could imagine that the realm of nuance was a difficult level for enlightened masters in the entire Qingyun region. There were many enlightened masters in the Qingyun region, no less than 100. However, the number of enlightened masters in the Qingyun region who could comprehend the momentum of heaven and earth to the realm of nuance was probably less than 10. From this, one could see how difficult it was to comprehend the initial success of momentum and the realm of nuance. However, Yixing was only a 5 stars martial sage, yet he had already reached this level. Could it be that the enlightened masters of the Falling Star sect and the Spiritual Moon sect were all shocked and in disbelief? There were 9 enlightened masters present, but none of them had comprehended the momentum of heaven and earth to the realm of nuance. Yixing had reached the initial success of momentum, the realm of nuance? When Yun Zhangkong heard Lu Tianyuan's words, he was instantly stunned and his entire body was petrified. Yixing nodded at Lu Tianyuan and said, "Disciple's wind momentum has reached the initial success." When he was still a level 5 martial sage, he had already comprehended the wind momentum. As his cultivation increased and he continued to comprehend, his wind momentum became stronger and stronger. Especially in the Starry Hall, he had continuously fought with the trial targets and continuously used the wind momentum. This allowed his understanding of the wind momentum to have an extremely deep and profound accumulation. Later on, during the process of cultivation, he slowly digested it and naturally broke through to the initial success of the wind momentum. The spear of the realm of nuance was extremely terrifying. As long as it was within a certain distance, it could completely kill someone unexpectedly and invisibly. Just like just now, Yixing could completely chop off Yunbin's head before he could react. Of course, the most terrifying thing about the realm of nuance was the control. This realm of nuance was not merely minute, it was so minute that it was undetectable. Yixing clearly cut Yunfeng's neck, but she didn't feel any pain at first. Yunfeng didn't feel like she was cut at all either. It wasn't until a few breaths later that blood started to seep out slowly and she slowly felt a bit of pain. This kind of attack was hair-raising. Even though the perfected persons had already expected that Yixing had reached the realm of nuance through some kind of momentum, they still could not help but gasp when they heard Yixing admit it personally. The junior disciples were also dumbfounded from shock. If the martial artists present knew that Yixing had comprehended the wind momentum by chance when he was only a level 5 martial sage, the shock they felt towards him reaching the initial success of the wind momentum would be much lesser. Impossible! This is impossible! This is a coincidence! This must be a coincidence! Yun Feng shouted. His disheveled appearance made him look crazy. I dodged too quickly, so the sharp chi of the spear tip cut my skin. This is a coincidence! Yun Feng did not believe it. He was the pride of the Flying Cloud sect, and he was not even qualified to fight with Yixing. Therefore, he did not believe that Yixing's wind momentum had reached the realm of nuance. This is just your luck. It's just a coincidence. There will be a first time for a coincidence, but there won't be a second time. Let's continue to fight! Yun Feng shouted. A streak of starlight rushed out from between his eyebrows. The Tai Feng sword in his hand exploded with a dazzling light as he charged towards Yixing. Work hard to write the 4th update, 10,000 words every day. Persevere. Ask for a monthly vote. Good luck. All right. Chapter 274. Yun Feng used the power of astrology. The starlight shot up into the sky and turned into a fiery star. Top-level astrology, Earth-Fire. However, astrology powers were also different in the same astrology. Yun Feng's Earth-Fire star astrology was only stronger than Zi Shanho's Earth-Fire star astrology. Day Change Sword Technique, Sun in the Sky. This was the Sun Sword. In terms of power, it was the most powerful move in the Day Change Sword Technique. It was ferocious. The sun in the sky shone everywhere and heated up the world. This move was performed with the Fire Star astrology, so its power doubled. Especially when the fire force was integrated into the move, it increased its power even more. Although Yunfeng's mind was in a mess right now and he was almost crazy, people could often unleash their extraordinary potential and become even more terrifying when their emotions fluctuated to the limit. Therefore, although Yunfeng's move wasn't very delicate and there were many flaws, its power was 30% stronger than normal. For Yi Xing, who was scanning with his superbrain, any flaw would be magnified infinitely. If Yi Xing wanted to fight this move head-on, he would have to use the power of astrology to block it. However, if he only wanted to defeat Yunfeng, he didn't need to fight head-on. Whoosh! Yi Xing moved his feet and executed the heavenly bat steps. His body transformed into a phantom, disappearing without a trace in a flash. Dark Spirit Spear. A cold yell was heard. As Yi Xing's figure flashed, a terrifying dark spear light pierced out at the same time. The force of darkness, the force of fire, and the force of wind, the three forces of heaven and earth were all infused into this move, making the already terrifying Dark Spirit Spear even more terrifying. Yi Xing scanned all the flaws in Yunfeng's move. This move happened to hit the biggest flaw. The dark spear light pierced out. It was simply unstoppable. The power in the flaw was nothing compared to Yi Xing's move. Yunfeng's attack was pierced through instantly and collapsed directly. One part collapsed and the other parts collapsed. The terrifying power of Yunfeng's move collapsed in the blink of an eye. However, Yi Xing's spear was unstoppable. The Dark Spirit Spear could kill anything in its way. It destroyed everything in front of it. Yunfeng spat out blood immediately. His body shot backward and flew out of the ring. There was a bloody hole the size of a fist on his chest. Everyone only saw Yunfeng being blown away as soon as the dark spear light appeared. They didn't see when the purple feather spear pierced a hole in Yunfeng's body. This was the terrifying part of the Tittle realm. As long as one was within a certain distance, the attack of an arcane realm expert would have already landed on one's body before one could react. Before, Yi Xing had used his imperceptible realm spear technique to leave a shallow mark on Yunfeng's neck. That was already a warning, which proved that Yunfeng had lost. But Yunfeng didn't know what was good for him. He wanted to fight again and attacked with all his might. Then, Yi Xing's second attack wouldn't be so harmless. He had to teach him a lesson. This was the price. Yi Xing put away his spear and stood there. His aura was like a mountain, piercing through the sky. He watched Yunfeng fall out of the arena calmly. A figure flashed and flew out from the pavilion where the Flying Cloud clan was. It was Yun Zhangkong. Before Yunfeng landed, he was caught by Yun Zhangkong. He pressed the acupoint on Yunfeng's chest and stopped the blood from gushing out. Yi Xing knew how to control his strength. He didn't stab the heart or other organs. Warriors had strong vitality. As long as the vital parts weren't hurt, other injuries could be healed easily. Although Yunfeng seemed to be seriously injured, his life wasn't in danger. As long as he had healing panacea, he could recover in less than 10 days. Yunfeng was severely injured and fainted from the pain. Yun Zhangkong stuffed a healing panacea into his mouth. He glanced at Yi Xing viciously and said to Lu Tianyuan, "Good. Lu Tianyuan, you're really good. I thought that my preparations in the past 5 years were enough, but I didn't expect that you were even more treacherous and cunning than me. Today, my Flying Cloud sect has fallen, but let me tell you, the one who will have the last laugh will be my Flying Cloud sect." Then, he carried Yunfeng and leaped back to the pavilion. "Let's go." Yun Zhangkong waved his hand and led the Flying Cloud clan martial artists onto the back of the double-winged black tiger. The double-winged black tiger spread its wings and soared into the sky. Yun Zhangkong's voice came from afar. "Lu Tianyuan, you'll fail one day. When you fail, I'll be watching you from the side." Lu Tianyuan snorted coldly. Yun Zhangkong always put his personal grudge into the relationship between the Flying Cloud clan and the Falling Star clan. In this way, what was the use of having an ally like the Flying Cloud clan? However, there was only a month before the Qingyun ancient land would open. For the time being, they could only form an alliance. As for the next time, Yun Zhangkong was so ungrateful. Lu Tianyuan already had the idea of keeping a distance from the Flying Cloud clan. It would be difficult to maintain such an alliance. This thought was quickly concealed in Lu Tianyuan's heart as a smile appeared on his face. Today, Yixing had given him a huge surprise, causing him to be overjoyed. Naturally, he wouldn't be unhappy because of Yun Zhangkong's words. Yixing, good. You're good. Lu Tianyuan was jubilant. He clapped his hands and praised Yixing. You've given me a big surprise today. You've given the entire Falling Star sect a big surprise. Our Falling Star sect is blessed to have such a genius like you. Today, you've protected the dignity of the Falling Star sect. On behalf of the entire sect, I express my gratitude to you. Then Lu Tianyuan stood up, clasped his fist and bowed slightly to Yixing. The disciples were stunned. The sect leader actually bowed to a disciple to express his gratitude. This treatment was too great. Even the other enlightened masters and elders could not enjoy such treatment. What they didn't know was that Lu Tianyuan was the sect master of the Falling Star sect. If the Falling Star sect was ranked last in the 3 sects gathering held by the Falling Star sect this time, not only would the Falling Star sect lose face, but Lu Tianyuan, the sect master, would also be mocked by Yun Zhangkong to the point of losing all his dignity. All of this changed because of Yixing. Although Lu Tianyuan was expressing his gratitude to Yixing on behalf of he was also expressing his gratitude to Yixing naturally. It was a grand gesture. Lu Tianyuan's action surprised Yixing. Since the establishment of the Yixing was probably the only junior disciple to receive such a gesture of gratitude from the sect leader. Yixing also clasped his fist and bowed slightly to Lu Tianyuan. He said, "Sect leader, you're too kind. I'm a disciple of the Falling Star sect. Everything I did was my duty. I dare not claim credit for it." If it were an ordinary person, they would have been overjoyed by Lu Tianyuan's courtesy. Even if they said they dared not claim credit for it, they would have suppressed their joy and said it modestly. However, Lu Tianyuan could see that Yixing's expression was calm. Although his aura fluctuated, it was not strong. It could be seen that he was not overjoyed because of this. Then, Yixing's words were not deliberate modesty. They were sincere. This made Lu Tianyuan think even more highly of Yixing. As the sect leader, he was naturally happy to have such a disciple in the Falling Star sect. Lu Tianyuan's face was full of joy. He said, "Whether it was your duty or not, you have protected the honor and dignity of the Falling Star sect. This is a great contribution. I hope you can take first place for the 3 sects gathering this time." Ha! Lu Tianyuan laughed happily for a while. He turned to the sect leader of the Spirit Moon sect, Leng Xingyue, and said, because Yun Zhangkong was ashamed, he took the people of the Flying Cloud sect and left first. However, this is still a competition. Spiritual Master Xingyue, please invite your eldest disciple to the arena. Leng Xingyue raised her hand and pressed down, stopping the restless Mo Shilon. Leng Xingyue said, Yixing's strength is not inferior to Yun Feng. Moreover, he has comprehended the wind force of the imperceptible realm. Shilon is no match for him. There is no need for this round. The Spirit Moon sect has lost. In the Green Cloud Ancient Land, disciples of the 3 sects will listen to Yixing's command. Mo Shilon pursed her lips slightly. Although she felt that Yixing was indeed very strong, as a peak 7-star martial sage, she did not think that she could not even put up a fight. Martial artists were proud, especially powerful martial artists. If there was not a huge gap in strength, they would not think that they were inferior to others. However, since Leng Xingyue had said it as a disciple, she naturally would not refute. In the last 3 sects gathering, the Falling Star sect had been last. This had always been a sore point in Lu Tianyuan's heart. It was his failure as the sect leader of the Falling Star sect. Whenever he thought of it, he would feel unhappy. Chapter 275. Now, the Falling Star sect had finally won first place among the 3 sections. They could finally wash away their previous failure and prove that as the leader of his disciples were not all mediocre. He was extremely happy. Lu Tianyuan laughed and said, "Good. The competition between the three sects has come to an end. Yi Xing is number one and he is the leader of the disciples of the three sections. Hua Tianshu walked up and held Lu Tianyuan's arm. Brother Tianyuan, I haven't seen you smile so happily since the three-sect gathering 5 years ago. You finally walked out of the shadow. I'm so happy for you. Lu Tianyuan was overjoyed. He patted the back of Hua Tianshu's hand and said, as the sect leader, the development of our sect is the most important thing in my heart. The only thing I'm afraid of is that the Falling Stars sect has no successor. Now that we have Yi Xing, the god's favored one, as the sect leader, what else can I be unhappy about? Then, Lu Tianyuan saluted Leng Xingyue, the sect leader of the Spirit Moon sect, and said, thank you for letting me win. Zhenren Xingyue, we've made preparations in the Shilin court. Please go to the Shilin court to rest. It's rare for Zhenren Xingyue to come here, so please rest for a few more days. Our two sects can have more exchanges. Leng Xingyue and her companions, whether senior Zhenren Xingyue or junior disciples, were all important figures in the Spirit Moon sect. Their original plan was to leave after the three-sect gathering. However, Leng Xingyue believed that the Falling Star sect would prosper in the future, so she wanted to maintain a good relationship with the Falling Star sect. Since Lu Tianyuan had asked her to stay, Leng Xingyue naturally took the opportunity to get closer to the Falling Star sect. Leng Xingyue said, I haven't been to the Falling Star sect for many years. Most of these disciples are here for the first time. Let them see the glory of your sect. Everyone in the Spirit Moon sect was female. After the three-sect gathering, the sect leader's wife, Hua Tianshu, led the Spirit Moon sect to the Shilin court. Yi Xing naturally followed sect leader Lu Tianyuan to the main hall of the Falling Star sect. Now that the three-sect gathering was over, he had to explain why it took him so long to come out of the Falling Star secret land. This was a strange thing that had never happened in the history of the Falling Star sect. Everyone in the Falling Star sect found it strange and paid close attention to it. When the sect elders received the news that Yi Xing had come out of the Fallen Star secret realm, they were all shocked. They all rushed to the Fallen Star main hall, wanting to hear Yi Xing's explanation. Even the Supreme Elder Lin Shuyuan was alarmed. The main hall of the Falling Star sect. Yi Xing and his master, Lin Fenghua, had just met. After learning that Yi Xing was still alive and had displayed his prowess in the three sects gathering, Lin Fenghua was overjoyed. When Grand Elder Lin Shuyuan arrived, the upper echelons of the Fallen Stars sect were basically all present. Hua Tianshu, the sect master's wife who had sent the Spirit Moon sect to Shilin court, had also returned. 2 affair elders, 2 sect elders, the Formation Elder, the Martial Pavilion Elder, the Weapon Pavilion Elder, the Alchemy Pavilion Elder, the Disciplinary Elder, and 3 Battle Pavilion Elders. Among the 12 perfected persons, apart from the Battle Pavilion Elder who was guarding the Starry Crystal Vein, the other 11 had all arrived at the Fallen Star main hall. Including sect leader Lu Tianyuan and Supreme Elder Lin Shuyuan, there were a total of 13 perfected persons in the Fallen Star main hall. In addition to that, there were many half-martial persons, peak martial sacred realm seniors, and the personal disciples of the elders. The reason why they were so well prepared was that not only were they curious as to why Yi Xing had taken so long to come out from the Starry Palace, they were also curious as to what benefits Yi Xing had obtained from the Starry Palace. Judging from the strength that Yi Xing had displayed, it was obvious that his result in the Starry Palace had surpassed the progenitor of the perfected Luo Xing and had set a new record. In that case, Yi Xing must have obtained the Falling Star incantation, which was of a higher level than the inheritance that perfected Luo Xing had left behind. Lin Shuyuan sat on the main seat in the hall. He was close to 150 years old, but he looked very energetic, like an old man in his 60s. His skin was ruddy and his hair was slightly white. Ever since he had passed on his position to his disciple Lu Tianyuan, Lin Shuyuan had lived in seclusion for the past 16 years. The number of times that he had appeared in public could be counted on one hand. Today, Yi Xing's matter was related to the inheritance of the Falling Star sect. It was of utmost importance, so Lin Shuyuan made an exception and came out to preside over the situation. Lin Shuyuan's figure was like a mountain, and there was a vast aura that was as deep as the sea. He sized up Yi Xing in the hall and said, "Yi Xing, tell everyone about your experience in the Starry Palace. Tell them clearly, so that they can understand and don't let their imagination run wild." The entire upper echelon of the sect focused their attention on Yi Xing. Among them, there were 13 perfected masters in the astral realm. To any martial saint, it was a great pressure and they could not help but feel nervous. However, Yi Xing's state of mind had already surpassed ordinary people. Regardless of the superbrain or the black hole astrology, they had allowed his emotions to remain stable. Therefore, Yi Xing's expression was extremely calm and did not show any signs of nervousness. Yi Xing said, "Reporting to the Great Elder, within half an hour in the Starry Palace, I had defeated the target of the 3rd level of the trial. My trial score was level 4, and I received the first 4 levels of the upper spiritual martial inheritance, the Falling Star incantation. Then I entered the 4th level of the Starry Palace." Everyone's goal lit up. Just the fact that Yi Xing had received the first 4 levels of the Falling Star incantation of the upper spiritual martial inheritance was already a great harvest. Compared to the upper spiritual martial inheritance left by their ancestor, the perfected Luo Xing, he had received 1 more level. With 1 more level, it would greatly increase the chances of breaking through to the 4-star perfected person. Although Yi Xing's eyes did not observe the people in the palace, he could tell from the sudden heavy breathing that everyone's hearts were not calm at the moment. Yi Xing continued, "The target of the 4th level of the trial was 3 levels higher than me. I was not his opponent. However, the rules of the 4th level of the trial had changed. There was no time limit for the trial. The target would only appear for half an hour and then disappear. Therefore, as long as I could hold on for half an hour, I could recover my genuine essence and physical strength and continue the trial. I could try again and again. I used my Qing Gong to delay the time and held on for half an hour. I thought that after trying again and again, my martial attainment would gradually improve and I would defeat the target at least once. Unfortunately, there was a gap of 3 levels. The gap between us could not be closed at all. Every time I fought, I lost miserably and could only rely on my Qing Gong to escape. I tried again and again until today. Finally, there was an accident. I couldn't escape from the target of the trial. I failed the trial and was sent out. After I came out, I found out from the disciples guarding the Starfall Valley that today is the day of the 3 sects gathering. Then I went to the inner sect square." The eyes of the law enforcement elder Yu Pinghai sparkled as he said excitedly, "You lasted for half an hour in front of the target of the 4th level of the Starry Palace. Doesn't that mean that you also have the 3rd level of the trial and received the first 3 levels of the Supreme Grade Falling Star incantation?" Hearing Yu Pinghai's words, many people swallowed their saliva and their eyes shone with a bright light. The Supreme Grade Falling Star incantation. Even if it was the first 3 levels, as long as one had the talent, there was hope to cultivate to the advanced perfected person. The advanced perfected person was an elite who was respectfully called sage. In the entire true Shen domain, they were the existence that stood at the peak. Even the calm Lin Shuyuan could not help but feel excited. What a pity! Yi Xing shook his head and his tone immediately disappointed everyone. The trial rules of the 4th level have changed and the evaluation of the trial results has also changed. The results of the 4th level are not divided into 7 levels but only 2. If you win, you will receive the complete inheritance of the Supreme Grade Falling Star incantation. If you lose, you will fail the trial and be eliminated. Yi Xing said in a melancholy tone, I fought with the target of the trial for several months in the 4th level of the Starry Palace, but in the end, I did not get anything. Oh, you can't say it like that. My heavenly bat footwork has improved greatly because of the long period of escaping from the target of the trial and broke through to the great success realm. My strength has also improved after a few months of tempering. That's why I was able to defeat the 2 7-star martial saint disciples of the Flying Cloud sect so easily. Hearing Yi Xing say that he did not get anything in the 4th level of the Starry Palace, The excitement in everyone's eyes suddenly dimmed. The law enforcement elder Yu Pinghai asked unwillingly, "You really did not get any rewards in the 4th level?" "I'm in tears. I've finished writing the 3-sect gathering. There is a transitional plot between the Qingyun ancient land and it's a bit stuck. I thought about the plot for the whole day and only started writing at night. I really want to stick to 4 chapters every day, but it's very likely that I won't be able to do it today. I'll give it a try. I'll write until midnight tonight and see how much I can write. I'll strive for 4 chapters. If I can't, I'll only be able to complete 3 chapters in the end." Chapter 276. Yi Xing nodded with a certain expression. Unless there is a monstrous genius who can defeat an enemy 3 levels higher than him, or else you will not get anything from the 4th level. Of course, the people in the palace did not believe that Yi Xing had the ability to defeat an enemy 3 levels higher than him. They had never even heard of such a monstrous genius, let alone seeing one. Such a monstrous genius could only exist in the ancient legends of the entire mainland. However, the supreme spiritual martial art inheritance was too tempting. Some people were doubtful about the changes in the 4th level's result as mentioned by Yi Xing. If the results of the 4th level did not change, Yi Xing would be able to last for half an hour under the trial target's attack. Then, he would be able to get the first 3 levels of the Supreme Falling Star incantation. What they did not know was that Yi Xing's words were mixed with lies. The rules of the 4th level's trial and the results had changed. Yi Xing was telling the truth. However, it was not that he did not get any benefits from the 4th level. He was a monstrous genius who could defeat an enemy 3 levels higher than him. He had successfully passed the 4th level and obtained the complete supreme spiritual martial art, the Falling Star incantation. This was something that no one had expected. In the main palace of the some people sighed with a disappointed expression. Some people were thinking and pondering. Grand Elder Lin Shuyuan looked around and glanced at everyone in the palace. He said, "How could it be so easy to get the Supreme Falling Star incantation? The rules of the 4th level have changed and the results will naturally change as well. Yi Xing, submit the first 4 levels of the Supreme Falling Star incantation inheritance to the sect. The sect will reward you with the special right to practice any martial arts." Although Lin Shuyuan had retired from the position of Grand Elder, his prestige in the Falling Star sect was still like the sun and moon in the sky. Since he had made his decision, even if there were still people who had doubts, they would not dare to say anything. Yi Xing wrote down the cultivation chant for the first 4 layers of the upper-grade Falling Star incantation and handed it over to the sect. The cultivation chant was already in his mind, so he didn't lose anything by taking it out. Instead, he obtained the special right to practice any martial arts. Naturally, it was a great profit. Yi Xing didn't care if some people in the sect doubted his words. What he gained in the Stellar Hall was an absolute secret. Before his strength reached the peak of the Qingyun region, he wouldn't tell anyone, not even his master. That was because there was no benefit to it at all. It was impossible for the people of the Meteor sect to rise instantly just because they had the Meteor Fall art. If outsiders knew that the Falling Star sect had a supreme spiritual martial art inheritance, before the Falling Star sect could rise, they would have worked together to destroy the Falling Star sect. Falling Star sect, Shilin Court. After Yi Xing came out of the Falling Star main hall, he asked his master, Lin Fenghua, if perfected Yan Yu was among the elders of the Spirit Moon sect. After receiving an affirmative answer, Yi Xing came to Shilin Court. Ever since Yi Xing found out from Zi Shanho that Wei Qingxian was taken away by perfected Yan Yu of the Spirit Moon sect as a disciple, he remembered the name of perfected Yan Yu of the Spirit Moon sect. He and Wei Qingxian had experienced life and death. His life was saved because of Wei Qingshuan's persistence. Both of them had left an indelible mark in each other's hearts. It was because of Wei Qingxian that although Yi Xing had a good impression of Chu Jingyue and Lin Tongyu, they did not truly enter Yi Xing's heart. Without Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian would have died long ago in the underground cave of the Green Cloud Mountain Range. Without Wei Qingxian, Yi Xing would have died at the hands of Dong Fu Country's martial saint, Dong Xian'ing. The two of them had gone through life and death together to survive the calamity of life and death. They both had deep love for each other in their hearts. This time, Yixing did not see Wei Qingxian among the Spirit Moon sect disciples. However, since perfected Yenyu was here, he naturally had to ask about Wei Qingxuan's situation. "It's you? What is senior brother Yixing doing here at Shilin Court?" The Spirit Moon sect disciples guarding outside Shilin Court naturally recognized Yixing and were very respectful towards him. A 5-star martial saint defeating a 7-star martial saint was indeed shocking. Especially to cultivators of the same generation, Yixing was already a tall mountain that they had to look up to. Yixing smiled faintly at the Spirit Moon sect disciple. "I'm here to visit your honorable sect elder, perfected Yenyu." What was the relationship between Yixing and Elder Yenyu? The disciple asked in his heart and said, "Come with me." Soon, Yixing arrived at perfected Yenyu's residence. After reporting, he was received by perfected Yenyu. Perfected Yenyu was an elder of the Spirit Moon sect. When he was staying in Theet was a little unreasonable for a disciple of the Falling Star sect to visit him in private. If it was an ordinary disciple of the perfected Yen, you would definitely not receive him. If there was something, he could come and talk to him through an elder. However, the person who requested to see him was Yixing. It was because the Falling Star sect had Yixing that the Spirit Moon sect wanted to get closer to the Falling Star sect. Perfected Yenyu naturally treated him specially. In the room, perfected Yenyu asked the Spirit Moon sect disciple who had brought Yixing to leave and said, "Martial nephew Yixing, take a seat." "Why are you looking for me?" Yixing did not sit down. Instead, he cupped his fists and said, "I would like to inquire about a friend of yours. I heard that Wei Qingxian was accepted as a disciple by you. I wonder how she is now?" Perfected Yenyu's expression instantly froze. She was petrified. At first, when she heard the name Yixing, she thought of the Yixing that Wei Qingxian had mentioned. However, when she saw that Yixing was a 5-star martial saint, the difference in cultivation between him and the Yixing that Wei Qingxian had mentioned was too great. Perfected Yenyu had dismissed that idea. However, now that Yixing had asked about Wei Qingxian, didn't that mean that the Yixing in front of her was the Yixing that Wei Qingxian had mentioned? Perfected Yenyu quickly regained her senses. Her eyes flashed with astonishment as she said, "You are Hua Tianfeng's disciple, Yixing?" Yixing nodded his head, "Yes." Perfected Yenyu secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Indeed, it was the Yixing that Wei Qingxian had mentioned. However, according to Wei Qingxian, Yixing's heavenly fate realm was very low. He was only a 2-star red life realm cultivator. Moreover, his cultivation was the same as hers, a rank 7 martial artist. A 2-star red life realm cultivator had actually become a 5-star martial saint in less than a year. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Perfected Yenyu had seen ordinary heavenly fate realm cultivators who had worked hard to become martial saints. However, she had never seen or even heard of someone like Yixing. Perfected Yenyu let out a long breath and calmed her emotions. She said, "I heard Qingxian mention you before. I thought that you were still in Zishan County. I didn't expect that you were the Yixing that Qingxian had mentioned." Yixing had heard that Wei Qingxian had also mentioned him before. A wave of warmth and longing rose in his heart as he said, "Senior, is Qingxian doing well now?" "Qingxian." Perfected Yenyu said and sighed. When Yixing saw this, he was shocked and asked, "What happened to Qingxian?" Perfected Yenyu said, "Don't worry, Qingxian is fine. It's just that she met a great benefactor." Yixing said in surprise, "Great benefactor?" Perfected Yenyu nodded. "It's a king called Lanqin King. When Qingxian broke through to martial saint, her astrology awakened and caused quite a big anomaly. It attracted Lanqin King's attention. Lanqin King saw Qingxuan's potential and came to the Spiritual Moon sect to take her away. I haven't seen Qingxian for half a year. I don't know how she is now." After a pause, Perfected Yenyu continued, "She should be doing well with a king. Under the nurturing of a king, her cultivation progress might not be slower than yours." A king. This time, it was Yixing's turn to be stunned. He was petrified on the spot. Currently, the strongest warrior that Yi Xing had seen was a perfected person, and a beginner one at that. He had not even seen a middle perfected person or a high perfected person. The honorable realm was incomparably distant, like a legend. A king was above the honorable realm. It was said that they were the rulers of the entire star continent and stood at the peak of existence. Yi Xing had never expected that Wei Qingxian would be taken away by a king. A king realm cultivator was strong enough to run amok in the entire star continent. This meant that Wei Qingxian could be anywhere in the star continent. She could be 1,000,000 miles away from him, or even 1,000,000,000 miles away from him. Yi Xing realized a serious problem. Would he be able to see Wei Qingxian again in his life? Yes, he had to see her. Even if his woman was at the end of the world, he had to see her. The key was how to see Wei Qingxian. If she followed a king and left the Green Cloud region and the True Xian region, Yi Xing would not be able to see her just by being a king in the Green Cloud region. Second update. Chapter 277. Yi Xing shook his head. It wasn't just that he couldn't be revered in the Qingyun region. Even if they were revered in the True Xian region, they had yet to reach the honorable realm. In the entire star continent, they were not considered experts. The star continent was vast and boundless. If one did not become an expert, how could one have the ability to search for Wei Qingxian in the entire star continent? Yi Xing deeply realized that even though he had the heaven-defying battle prowess to challenge those of a higher level, he was merely a 5-star martial saint. In the perspective of the entire continent, he was merely an ant. If he wanted to stand out and make a difference in the entire continent, he was far from enough. Become stronger. I want to continue to become stronger. I must continue to work hard. Yi Xing roared in his heart. His vision was not limited to the Green Cloud region or the True Xian region, but the entire continent. He knew that a 17-year-old 5-star martial saint defeating a 17-year-old 7-star martial saint was probably the only one in the Qingyun district. However, in the perspective of the entire star mainland, perhaps this was nothing. Only by broadening one's horizons and looking into the future would one not be blinded by the small benefits in front of one's eyes. Only then would one not be complacent because of a small achievement. Only then would one have an endless source of motivation to continue charging forward. Yi Xing bowed to Immortal Yenyue and left Shilin Court. Although he did not obtain any specific information about Wei Qingxian from Master Yenyue, he obtained an urgent desire to become stronger, a broad vision of the entire continent, and a resolute heart to constantly strive for self-improvement. After leaving Shilin Court, Yi Xing went to the Elixir Pavilion and found the Elixir Pavilion's outer sanctum elder, Yang Xian. Yi Xing had obtained quite a number of spiritual herbs in the Falling Star Arcane Realm, especially a few middle-grade spiritual herbs, which had been around for a long time and were considered rare treasures. Yi Xing had said that after he obtained the spirit herbs in the Falling Star Secret Realm, he had to thank Gong Yang Xian properly. Moreover, he also wanted to ask Gong Yang Xian to help him refine new spirit pills. His cultivation was already at the late stage of LV5. With the help of the middle-grade Saint Spirit pill, he could easily stabilize his cultivation to the peak of LV5. Then, he could break through to LV6. Although Yi Xing's cultivation speed was like a rocket in the eyes of others, Yi Xing felt that it was not enough. It was far from his goal of standing out in the entire star continent. He wanted to reach 6-star Martial Saint as soon as possible, then 7-star Martial Saint, 8-star Martial Saint, 9-star Martial Saint, and then Astral Realm Enlightened Master. He had enough cultivation methods and inheritances to reach the 9th level of the Astral Star Realm. The only thing he lacked was time, treasures, and elixirs that could save time. Oh, perhaps this was not all that was missing. Yi Xing reacted. His current fate was a 9-star orange fate. This was the fate he had devoured from the number 1 inner disciple of the Dong Fu sect, Du Bianqing. It was difficult for a 9-star orange fate to break through to the Astral Realm Enlightened Master. It required a certain amount of luck. If he wanted to break through to the Astral Realm, Perhaps Yi Xing would have to think of a way to increase his fate. A fate higher than the 9-star orange fate was enough to reach the enlightened master's fate. This meant that Yi Xing had to find a target with the enlightened master's fate. I heard that Master Du Bian of the Dongfu sect is the #1 genius in the history of the Dongfu sect. He is a well-known genius in the entire Green Cloud region. He is ranked as one of the 6 great childs of the Green Cloud region. Among the younger disciples of the 6 sects of the Green Cloud region, he is the only one who is on par with the top geniuses of the 4 sects of the north. His fate is as high as a 3-star yellow fate. We will probably meet in the Green Cloud ancient land this time. This is a good target. Yi Xing thought to himself. His target of devouring the enlightened master's fate was the first disciple of the Dongfu sect, Master Du Bian. Yi Xing could not bear to devour other people's fate for no reason. However, he did not have this mental barrier when it came to the people of the Dongfu sect. Not to mention that he was a disciple of the people of the Dongfu sect were already mortal enemies. Even the personal grudge between him and the Dongfu sect was a great enmity. Whenever Yi Xing thought about the past, the faces of his 3 comrades, Wan Xingliang, Yang Yun, and Lu Chen, would always appear in Yi Xing's mind. He could not forget the scene of his 3 comrades dying in front of him. And all of this originated from the war between the Dongfu sect and the Falling Star sect. The next day, Yi Xing received his first batch of spiritual pills from the outer elder, Gongyang Xian. Yi Xing had given Gongyang Xian too many spiritual pills. In just one day, he could not refine too many spiritual pills. Yi Xing received the saint's spiritual pills first for cultivation. He would wait for a few days before receiving the rest of the spiritual pills. This time, Yi Xing still didn't ask for a reward. However, Yi Xing had given him plenty of gifts as thanks. Gongyang Xian was overjoyed, and he did his best to refine the pills Yi Xing had requested of him. He used all of his energy to refine pills. With the saint's spiritual pills in hand, Yi Xing practiced the Falling Star incantation and consolidated his cultivation base in addition to learning the array from Lin Fenghua every day. There was only a month before the opening of the Azure Cloud ancient land. Yi Xing wanted to break through to the 6th star vortex realm before the opening of the Azure Cloud ancient land. Yi Xing used the medium-grade saint spiritual pills to consolidate his cultivation base. 3 days later, after refining 1 medium-grade saint spiritual pill, Yi Xing felt that his cultivation base was not far from the peak 5th star vortex realm. It seemed that with 2 or 3 medium-grade saint spiritual pills, his cultivation base would be completely consolidated at the peak 5th star vortex realm. He would then be able to break through to the 6th star vortex realm. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. The people of the Spirit Moon sect stayed in the Falling Star sect for 5 days. In these 5 days, the disciples of the Spirit Moon sect toured all the places that could be visited in the Falling Star sect. The 2 sects also held 2 exchange banquets. Today, the Spirit Moon sect master said goodbye and led the people of the Spirit Moon sect back to the Spirit Moon sect. In these 5 days, Yi Xing was either studying array formations or cultivating the Falling Star incantation. He did not attend any of the exchange banquets between the 2 sections. Today, when the Spirit Moon sect left, the core disciples of the Falling Star sect came out to see them off. After some pleasantries and thanking the Falling Star sect for their hospitality, Leng Xingyue led the people of the Spirit Moon sect out of the main hall of the Falling Star sect. She summoned the Luan demonic beast and prepared to leave. At this moment, a golden light was flying towards them from the distant horizon. Soon, it turned into a giant golden eagle and appeared in everyone's field of vision. There was a flame rune on the eagle's head. It was a level 3 demonic beast, the Golden Flame Eagle. Seeing the Golden Flame Eagle from afar, the perfected persons were stunned. The 3 perfected persons of the Spirit Moon sect stopped in their tracks and did not rush to leave. The Golden Flame Eagle was a kind of grassland eagle. There were not many of them in the true Xian domain. The Qingyun region did not have this kind of demonic beast, and no sect had it. Obviously, the person who came was not a martial artist from the Qingyun region, but from somewhere else in the true Xian domain. Soon, The golden flame eagle arrived in the sky above the falling star sect. It swooped down and landed in the square in front of the main hall. A middle-aged man in black stood on the back of the golden flame eagle. His expression was cold and he exuded an extremely powerful aura that was intimidating. Yi Xing scanned it with his superbrain and was shocked. The golden flame eagle was equivalent to a level 3 perfected being, The black-clothed middle-aged man was even more terrifying. He was a level 4 perfected being, one level higher than Lin Shuyuan. This was the first mid-level perfected persons that Yi Xing had seen. This made Yi Xing very curious. Where did this fourth star venerable come from and why did he come to the falling star sect? The golden flame eagle landed and the middle-aged man in black jumped down. He raised his hand and a black scroll appeared in his hand. The middle-aged man in black shouted, "Falling Star Sect Master Lu Tianyuan, receive the 9 Sect Alliance's decree." Lu Tianyuan's expression turned solemn when he heard this. The other perfected persons also looked respectful. The 9 Sect Alliance was the alliance of the 9 exalted sects. It was the supreme organization of the True Shen domain and dominated the entire True Shen domain. Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyue took a step forward and cupped their fists. Falling Star Sect Master Lu Tianyuan, Spirit Moon Sect Master Leng Xingyue, greets the envoy. The middle-aged man in black looked at Leng Xingyue and said, "Spirit Moon Sect Master is here too? Great, I don't have to go to the Spirit Moon Sect again. You can receive the decree together." Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyue said respectfully, "We respectfully receive the decree." The middle-aged man in black opened the black scroll and said, "The 9 Sect Alliance's decree, on the 1st of January next year, the 9 Sect Alliance will hold a young hero assembly. All the young talents of the major sects in the True Shen domain and all the young talents of rogue cultivators below the age of 25 and above are to attend the assembly in the 9 Heaven City. Those who do not attend will be killed. Fight. Let's go to the 4th update. I must persevere. The 4th update will be very late. It might be around 1:30 p.m. Brothers, you can watch it tomorrow." Chapter 278. Those who don't go will be exterminated. The black-clothed middle-aged man's tone was heavy. It was like a heavy hammer pounding on everyone's heart, causing them to be shocked. On one hand, the black-clothed middle-aged man was very powerful. He was a 4-star sage. His heavy tone was already intimidating. On the other hand, the black-clothed middle-aged man was reading the imperial edict of the 9 sect alliances. How powerful were the 9 sect alliances? They were the rulers of the entire True Shen region. Only the 9 sect alliances dared to utter the word exterminate to any sect in the True Shen region. With the 9 sect alliances' strength, it was easy for them to exterminate a sect. Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyu looked at each other in horror. What was the 9 sect alliances trying to do? What young hero assembly? Did they want to challenge the genius disciples in the entire True Shen region? That shouldn't be the case. Which sect had the genius disciples of the 9 high sects? Moreover, even if they wanted to select the genius disciples, they should have selected some young children to test their heaven's fate. This way, they could be brought to the sect for nurturing. What was the point of holding a young hero assembly and asking the other sects to send their genius disciples? If they recruited the genius disciples of the other sects, it would cause the other sects to be disgusted. Although the 9 high sects weren't afraid of the other sects being disgusted, these genius disciples had their own sects and masters. Even if they were forced to join the 9 high sects, they might not be able to gain their loyalty. If they were given higher-level inheritances and martial arts, they might end up losing their wives and soldiers. Without loyalty, what if they betrayed the sect when they were fully fledged? The 9 high sects were filled with experts and wise people. They shouldn't be that stupid. However, if it wasn't to select the geniuses of the other sects, why would they spend so much money and effort to hold the young hero assembly? Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyu couldn't figure it out. The two of them said respectfully, "We will obey the imperial edict." The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded. With a wave of his hand, 2 black scrolls flew towards Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyu. After the 2 of them received the scrolls, the black-clothed middle-aged man said, "Take a good look. There are specific rules for the rewards. The 9 sect alliances attach great importance to this young hero assembly. The rewards are very generous." After he finished speaking, the black-clothed middle-aged man turned around and left. Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyue were not in a hurry to read the scroll. Instead, they bowed and sent him off. They cupped their fists and said, "Farewell, esteemed envoy." The black-clothed middle-aged man leaped onto the golden flame eagle's back. The golden flame eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Only when the golden flame eagle completely disappeared from sight did the crowd begin to discuss the young hero assembly. Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyue looked at each other and opened the black scrolls. Immediately, the 2 of them sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time and exclaimed, "Resurrection pill?" The perfected ones of the older generation were all shocked when they heard this. The younger disciples blinked their eyes and were filled with curiosity. They did not know what this revival pill was and why the 2 sect masters were so surprised. Lu Tianyuan continued, "The 9 great sects are so generous. The first place of the young hero assembly is actually rewarded with a supreme grade spirit pill. This is a priceless treasure." Leng Xingyue knew that the younger disciples rarely knew about the revival pill. She said, "The revival pill is a supreme grade spirit pill. As its name suggests, this pill has the heaven-defying effect of bringing the dead back to life. I heard that even if a person is dead, as long as they can consume the revival pill within an hour, they can be brought back to life. Even if their limbs are cut off, they can be regrown." Regrown? Leng Xingyue's words sounded like thunder in Yi Xing's ears. In an instant, Yi Xing thought of his master, Zi Shanho. Zi Shanho's legs were cut off by Hua Tianshu more than 10 years ago, and he was still disabled. Hearing that the revival pill had such a heaven-defying effect, Yi Xing's blood surged. He wanted to participate in the young hero assembly. He wanted to rush to first place. He wanted to be rewarded with the revival pill. Then he would cure his master, Zi Shanho's disabled legs. Yi Xing asked, "The revival pill can only bring a dead person back to life within an hour. Is there a time limit for regrown?" Lu Tianyuan looked at Yi Xing thoughtfully. Hua Tianshu also looked at Yi Xing at the same time, but she quickly looked away. Obviously, they all guessed that Yi Xing's question had something to do with Zi Shanho, Hua Tianfeng. Leng Xingyue said, "There is no time limit for regrown. Even if the limbs were cut off 10 or 20 years ago, they can be regrown after consuming the revival pill." Yi Xing was overjoyed, and his face was full of excitement. At this time, a disciple asked, "If the head is cut off, can it regrow after consuming the revival pill?" All the elders showed funny expressions. Leng Xingyue said unhappily, "If the head is cut off, even the gods can't save it. How can it regrow? Let alone the supreme grade revival pill, even a profound pill won't work." "What a pity!" Lu Tianyuan looked at the black scroll for a while and sighed. The 9 great sects really put in a lot of effort in this young hero assembly. As long as you can get into the top 10, you will be rewarded handsomely. However, the 9 great sects have countless young geniuses. The geniuses of other sects can't be compared to them. This reward is given by the 9 great sects. Only the disciples of the 9 great sects can enjoy it. Many people showed their emotions. Obviously, they had seen the strength of the 9 great sects' young disciples. However, there were many young disciples who didn't understand. They only knew about the young geniuses of the Qingyun region. Some of them didn't even know about the young geniuses of the Qingyun region. For example, Yi Xing knew that the most outstanding young geniuses of the Qingyun region were the 6 great young masters. However, he only knew about Master Watanabe of the Dongfu sect. As for the 5 great young masters of the 4 great sects in the north, Yi Xing only knew about the 5 great young masters. As for who they were and which sect they belonged to, Yi Xing didn't know. There were many people who were as ignorant as Yi Xing. A core disciple of the Spirit Moon sect asked, "Sect leader, how powerful can the young disciples of the 9 great sects be?" Lung Xingyue glanced at that disciple and said, "It's a bit too far-fetched to talk about the young disciples of the 9 great sects. Let me put it this way. In our Qingyun region, the most talented young disciples of the 10 great sects are the 6 great young masters. They have the strength of an 8-star martial saint. The number 1 Yin-Yang young master has the battle record of defeating a 9-star martial saint. However, the Yin-Yang young master is only ranked 63rd on the Earth Profound list. The other 5 great young masters can't even enter the Earth Profound list. More than 90% of the top 50 disciples of the 9 great sects are disciples of the 9 great sects. The top 20 disciples are all disciples of the 9 great sects." Some of the young disciples who heard this for the first time all sucked in a breath of cold air, including Yi Xing, the number 1 Yin-Yang young master of the Qingyun region, who has the battle record of defeating a 9-star martial saint, is only ranked 63rd on the Earth Profound list. This means that there are 62 young geniuses in the True Shen region who are stronger than the Yin-Yang young master. Earth Profound list? The Spirit Moon sect disciple who asked just now somewhat understood what the Earth Profound list represented. Lung Xingyue explained, "In the True Shen region, there are 2 rankings of strength. The ranking of the older generation is called the Heavenly Profound list, and the Earth Profound list is the ranking of the younger generation. It only includes the younger generation martial artists who are under the age of 25. Although the rankings are not determined through competition and may not be completely accurate, it is still based on each person's battle record." In order to let the young disciples know clearly about the Earth Profound list, Lu Tianyuan explained in detail, "The Earth Profound list has a total of 72 young geniuses. Those who can be ranked in the top 10 are at least astral martial saints. There are even a few astral martial saints who can't even enter the top 10. Those who are ranked in the top 30 are at least half-step astral martial saints. Those who are ranked in the top 30 are at least first-rate astral martial saints. Even those who are ranked at the bottom are at least mid-9th level 9-star martial saints." In other words, among the younger generation of the True Shen region, there are many early 9th level 9-star martial saints who can't even be ranked at the bottom of the Earth Profound list. When everyone heard this, they were secretly shocked. Yi Xing was also stunned. With his current strength, he can't even be ranked on the Earth Profound list. He is 108,000 miles away from first place. The following is free, 4th update. I'm done. This is the 6th day in a row. I haven't stayed up to write for a long time, but today, I stayed up until almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Not for anything else, but for the persistence in my heart. 4th update, I want to keep it up. I want to see how many days I can keep it up. Of course, there is a more important reason, and that is, I want the monthly votes. This month I've worked hard. I want to get the 1,000 yuan monthly vote award for the Xuanhuan category. Casting a monthly vote doesn't benefit me at all. However, if my brothers accumulate monthly votes one by one, I will be able to get a place in the monthly votes ranking. As long as I can get into the top 6 of the Xuanhuan category, excluding the overall ranking and the new book, the Archer God will be able to get $1,000 as a monthly vote reward. I'll update more, brothers, and brothers, let me get the award by voting more. This is the reward given to me by my brothers. I know that if I don't update more, there will be no monthly votes and no award. So I've persevered. Today, I'll continue to update 4th update. 6th day in a row. As for whether the monthly votes can get the award, it will depend on the brothers. The Arrow God has to move up 1 rank on the Xuanhuan monthly votes list to be able to get the 1,000 yuan reward. Brothers, there are only a few days left this month. Don't waste the monthly votes. Please vote for the Arrow God, thank you. That you're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.